生伟大的慈悲喜舍为和风，智慧妙法为净水，殷勤精进为阳光，增长一切诸善法，去一切惑出无明，坚定道心里宏愿，爱洒长生净心灵，悲智愿行多善种，耕耘灌溉菩提林。
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Southeast Asia Parliament of World Religions 2023. This year's topic, a call to consciousness, defending freedom and human rights. We are very happy we can be in Chicago to do these simultaneously on the crowd, invited our friends from Southeast Asia. And we are very grateful tonight. We also have our chairman, Nitin, going to share his blessing about our Southeast Asia events. Nitin, welcome.
Good morning, Jai Jinendra, everybody. Thank you, Deborah, for having me here. It is such a privilege and an honor to be present here and welcome our friends and our partners from Southeast Asia and as part of this online program of ours being relayed and on the web from Chicago. The world has become a smaller place. We are also interconnected and we can support each other through technology. But the core of the human essence is always in the love and the fraternity that we have and the brotherhood and sisterhood that we can all share. And through this technology, we can share our viewpoints and our aspirations and our desires to make this world a better place. A call to conscience, right? It is our inner feelings. How do we think about it? And are we at the right place, at the right juncture of what we define as freedom, right? Back in about 100 years ago, many of our countries, all of you, today on 15th of August, 1947, India got independence. North and South Korea got independence in 1945. And so we defined freedom at that time to say we want to be our rulers of our own self and we do not want some third other country to rule us. And that was given unto us. But in the last 65, 70 years, a lot has changed. And the freedom that we defined where we said it is our own rule, in our own rule, we are having issues now, and we have to solve the problem of what freedom is exactly. Is it that 50.1% that we are always aspiring for to create a majority decision? Or is it about taking all 90%, 100% of people and getting to a common answer? That freedom has to come through our conscience. And as we do that, we will be able to support the human rights, the rights of every living being to express himself or herself in the way they want to be and make this world a better place, where we don't dictate to them how they should behave, how they should live, what their preferences are, what they can do and cannot do. But we together as a society decide what our preferences are. And it's time to define that freedom. It's time to define those human rights. And it's time to call for that conscience. So friends from Southeast Asia, the sun has risen rare on August 16th today. We are still on August 15th. Let's bridge the differences through technology. Let's create a dialogue to create a better world for all of us. And blessed are all of us that we have been given this choice by our faiths to create a better world. So let's work towards it. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Deborah. And thank you, everybody. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you, Nitin. I know how busy the schedule is. And then tonight, I'm very grateful we have a whole team behind the show to present this wonderful moment. The other special guest, I would like to invite Stephen Avino, the Executive Director, CEO of Parliament of World Religions. Stephen has been put a lot of efforts to make the whole things happen with Nitin and Stephen. We are really grateful for the partnership. Stephen.
Well, I'll be quick. I just want to say thank you for joining us from right here in front of me and also from Southeast Asia and around the world. We're so excited to have this program at the Parliament this year. Thank you.
Besides Stephen and Nitin, we also have a lot of guests in front of the Chicago McCormick Place. And we are very grateful. Slowly, later on breakout session, everyone have the chance to interact and to coordinate. And I'm also very grateful, Dhamma Dhammadippa Fayao Fasu also going to join with us. And a lot of his friends will be here. So today, we are very grateful as a faith-based organization, Southeast Asia, we're going to start our prayers. Our prayers coming from all different interreligious representatives. So that started our prayers to start our program. Let's pray.
Although it's widely attributed to St. Francis of Assisi, this prayer for peace, which not
Although it's
was not
widely
offered by
attributed
him,
to St. Francis of
nonetheless
Assisi,
sums up this
what
prayer for
Parliament
peace,
is all about.
which not
In the name of
was
the
not
Father,
offered
the
by
Son,
him,
and the Holy
it
Spirit.
nonetheless sums up what Parliament is all about.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen.
Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith.
Where there's despair, hope. Where there's darkness, light. Where there's sadness, joy.
O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love.
For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it is in dying that we are born to eternal life.
Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen.
Hello everyone, I am Prasannavati, a Theravada Buddhist nun from Nepal. This prayer is dedicated to the Southeast Asia's Parliament of World Religions and to all over the world. May the blessings of Buddha, Dharma and Sangha brings harmony and freedom to the world. May all beings be happy and peaceful. May all beings be free from fear and danger. Sabbi tiyo vivajanto sabbarogo vinasato mate bhavantantarayo sukhi dikayuko bhava. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba dhammanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Bhavatu sabba mangalang rakhantu sabba devata sabba sanghanubhavena sada suddhi bhavantu te. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Would you please pray with me? Holy One, into your most holy presence, we now come. Quiet our thoughts, calm our anxious spirits, remove the distraction that would keep us from who we truly are. Break down the walls of separation that we have built to keep you and others from our hearts. Holy One, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for leading us, loving us, for restoring us to an intimate relationship with each other through the parliaments of the world's religions. We give thanks for the Southeast Asia virtue of the Parliament of World's Religions. We pray for freedom and peace, for people who need your healing, body and soul. May their pain cease. May their strength increase. May their fears be released. May blessings, love, and joy surround every one of us. We ask you to help us to be the agents of peace and change in this world. All these things we ask in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Namo Amitabhaya. My name is Venerable Tejawaro from Malaysia. This prayer is dedicated not only to the ideals of Southeast Asia's Parliament of World's Religions, but also to the very essence of Mahayana Buddhism, symbolizing freedom and world peace. Bhavatu sabba mangalam rakhantu sabba devata sabba buddhanu dhammanu sanghanu bhavena sada soti bhavantu te. May triple gems and heavenly beings protect all the living beings be well, happy, healthy, peaceful, and prosperous. Namo Amitabhaya. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Om Dhyau Shanti Antariksham Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apa Shanti. Om Dhyau Shanti Antariksham Shanti Prithvi Shanti Apa Shanti Oshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Vishve Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. In the heavens, peace. In the sky, peace. On earth, peace. In the waters, peace. With the plants, peace. In the trees, peace. With the shining beings, the angels, peace. The very nature of absolute reality is peace. All is peace, peace, only peace, peace within peace. May we know this peace to be our true nature. And touching that peace, may we become instruments of peace in the world. May peace flow from our hearts to all beings everywhere. Om peace, peace, peace.
What a wonderful moment. I thought every one of us received the peace energy from all the interfaith representatives from everywhere. They send the best regard to all. Southeast Asia is a very important milestone. This is the second year's Buddha Tzu Chi Foundation, and then conjunction with Parliament of World Religions, we try to reach out to the community in Southeast Asia to bring interfaith religious representative leadership. Everyone can take this platform to share your care, to think about how we can partnership, collaborate together. So today we have a very rich conversation into 4 different segments. I'm very grateful. The first segment, we're going to invite our very, very knowledgeable and also our Buddhist practitioners, Mrs. Yu Zhou, to become a moderator, to bring her panelists together to share what is the current situation and the key topics about the session 1. Ms. Yu Zhou going to be joined with us. Welcome her.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session on Southeast Asia medical care for vulnerable populations. Access to quality medical care is a major issue for vulnerable population in South and East Asia and around the world. In this session, panelists will discuss medical access and technology for vulnerable populations in their region, including senior citizens and refugees, populations in both Thailand and Malaysia. Now we'll have 3 panelists. First, we'll begin with Director Zhong Huijun from Hualien Tzu Chi Medical Center in Taiwan. Our next panelist is Dr. Xi Liangfu, Director of Tzu Chi Free Clinic, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And next, we'll have Professor Wu Shuzhen. She's with the Free Clinic at Tzu Chi, Thailand, and she's also chairman for some modern pong company in Thailand. Now, without further ado, we'd like to invite Professor Zhong Huijun, and she's also the Director of Nursing at Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital. Please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, very clearly.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Zhong Huijun. I'm the Director of the Department of Nursing. I'm working in Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital. And it's my honor to be invited to join the World Religions Southeast Asia Symposium. And I would like to share this topic about how we use the IoT technology to assist the medical needs of the elderly. So first, I want to introduce our founder, the Dharma Master Zhen Yan, and she followed her great mentors, give her 6 words for Buddhist teaching for sentient beings. And so many years passed by, she's still working hard to build up the Tzu Chi Foundation. And Tzu Chi Medical is one of the 4 major missions. The Tzu Chi Medical began with the Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital, and now we have 10 branches in Taiwan, mainland China, and Indonesia. All the medical institutions have the same mission to guide life, health, and love. And this is our Superintendent Director, Dr. Lin. Hualien Tzu Chi Hospital is the first hospital built on the compassion. So he will hope to build the ideal model of the medical. So 38 passed by, we have more than 3,000 staffs and service more than 1,000 beds in Eastern Taiwan. So we provide a wide range of medical care, standing here to guide life, health, and love. Master Zhen Yan wished that nurses are like Bodhisattva, who can reach people who are suffering and provide health or help right away. So here, the place we are, Hualien and Taitung are located at the eastern region of Taiwan. It has many world-class landscapes, so it's a beautiful place. But this area accounts for more than 20% of Taiwan's areas, but only 2% of the population. In addition, the proportion of rural areas and the degree of aging are top in Taiwan, and the income and the average life expectancy of the people are the less in Taiwan. So there are 17 hospitals, but just only one medical center, that is Hualien Tzu Hospital. So what we've seen in Eastern Taiwan this year, that's medical difficulties. We summarize some points. First is on expected medical emergency. So the different degrees of accidents always challenge the survival rate of the EMTs and the hospitals. And number two is the overwhelm of the elderly living alone. So many times we will receive the frail elderly, they live alone and always fall down and with severe injuries. Number three is the grief of the bedridden and disabled. As the picture you see, more than 70% of the procedure injury occur in the elderly over the age of 65. So according to our study, the average distance from every family in Taiwan to the hospital is around 5 kilometers, but more than 40% of families in Eastern Taiwan exceed the average distance. That means the medical distance cost to access the medical service is the highest in Taiwan. So people in Eastern Taiwan have a long way to get the medical treatment. So we are here, we see the place is beautiful and we see the place medical difficulties, but here is the place where the sun first shines. So we follow our master's compassion, strive to achieve the goal of a holistic medical and fulfilling the responsibility and the missions of medical workers in rural areas. So we collaboration with the medical public health charity informations wish to improve people's healthy lifestyle and construct a happy and healthy smart city. So we have two great major targets. One is increase the average life expectancy, and the second is building the healthy Eastern Taiwan. Conduct 6 great plan to do. The most important issue is use the artificial intelligence and the digital health to change the care model. So these two projects, it's my honorable to share this successful plan. For cancer patient, as you know, the mortality rate is the top 1 and 2 in Taiwan. Hualien and Taitung is the top 1 and 3 in Taiwan. And elderly people live alone or all couple live together. So it's accounting for almost 20% of the population, also the highest among the country. So the medical difficulty of the elderly, government want to deal with the lack of transportation and the medical resources. So we want to focus on the lack of family support because our young people go to other cities for employment. So this is an idea we want to use the case management healthcare mobile system to deal with. This mobile system have a lot of function, such as reminder of patient's appointment, examination, and abnormal results. So this app will update every day to provide the all clinical appointment and the information of the patient in next 3 months. It also can provide the clinical appointment function, which is convenient for family and patients to modify their appointment time. And it also provides disease health education information to the patients and their family. And this app will provide information on the medicine prescribed by the clinical doctor. It also can provide a dialogue system similar to WhatsApp or Line that nurses easy to communicate. And this app integrates the patient's medication information in his. So it can facilitate nurses to take care of the patients. This app can integrate 17 hospitals in Hualien and Taitung. For example, when a patient is transferred from hospital A to B, the nurses and the patient and their family will also receive the information at the same time. Sometimes the patient has a lot of comorbidity, so this app can integrate nurses with different case managers to join take care of the patients. And such as this case, this is a head and neck cancer patient who developed radiation dermatitis after receiving radiation therapy. The cancer nurse will use this app to contact the wound specialist and provide the patient with the appropriate dressing to take care of the wound. This app also have web version. After 1 year of operation this system, so it can be found that the clinical miss appointment rate of this cancer patient was significantly dropped down. And the mortality rate of cancer patients who use the app was lower than that of non-users. So the cancer standard mortality rate was significantly reduced these 3 years. And more than 19% of the users was satisfied with this app. So before and after intervention use this mobile system, you can see a lot of things was changed. So this app seems really work. So we got a lot of awards such as Symbol of National Quality, and this year we got the Golden Prize of the Taiwan ESG. Next one is Smart Medicine Kits. You can see this is a sad story always occur in and see in our clinic, because we are surprised patient with a lot of expired date drugs, and you can see his diabetes food is very serious. So it is very difficult for elderly people to take medicine correctly and control their chronic disease. In rural area, there are 24 townships in Hualien and Taitung, but more than half do not have any pharmacies, and most of the rest have only 1 or 2. So this is a very important question. So we use the IoT to want to assist the patient you take medicine correctly. So this IoT technician combined with 4 important functions. First is portable medicine cabinet system. Second is authority control subsystem. Next is activity remind taking medicine system. Last one is operation management system. You can monitoring and the recording. The portable medicine box adopts the concept of modularization and can be flexible assembly according to the dosage and the number of patients. The modular box can be delivered to the patient's home through logistics by cooperative hospital, and then installed by the patient and family themselves. And then the clinical staff will turn on the machine remotely. This is a real world picture. We go to the patient's home and teach our patient how to use this smart medicine kits. And this hand-on image of clinical trial. You can see the patient take his medicine at the right time. If a patient do not take the medicine at the appointment time, or the medicine amount supply is not enough, or the medication are not taken on time for many times, about 3 days, the system will notify the clinical staff to start the care model. And such as this situation, this participant found a new job, so he changed his daily activity work schedule. So we communicate with the patients and rearrange the way to take the medicine, and the participant finally took the medicine normally. So you can see the diabetes control significant index is HbA1c. The HbA1c data dropped from 9.3 to 8 after 3 months trial. So we can see the effect is remarkable. So these smart medicine kits also got the National Innovation Awards, and we are fortunately to have a chance to join the CES in 2023. We go to Las Vegas and join the International Consumer Electronics Shows. And thanks for our Tsuji family take care of us at that time. And we are so Thanksgiving. Finally, we want to show you the great target. So you can see the result. The rate of cross-regional medical treatment in Eastern Taiwan has declined, and the average life expectancy of the people has increased years by years. So that means the people in the Eastern Taiwan trust Hualien Tsuji medical care. So the challenge in the future are getting more and more difficult. Hualien Tsuji Hospital, standing in Eastern Taiwan, work with other 17 hospitals together to improve the health quality of the people. And thank you for your listening. Because of the time's limit, if you have any question, please don't be hesitate to contact this email, and we will answer you as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Zhong, for your presentation. We see complex medical issues in vulnerable population. And right now, because in the interest of time, we'll ask Dr. Fu to continue and bring us to Malaysia and let us know what you see and what is the situation in Malaysia. And please, Dr. Fu, can you control your presentation under 10 minutes in the interest of time? Thank you.
Okay, you see my slide?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, I'm Dr. Fu. I am the director of the Free Clinic in Malaysia. Actually, my topic is the journey of the medical care of refugee in Malaysia. Okay, we go to first of all, I just want all of the audience to know that how many refugees in Malaysia. Actually, in 2019, actually the refugees around 178,000. But until now, it's 2023. Actually, the refugee in Malaysia not gained a lot because almost every year we got around 10,000 refugee resettlement to the third country. So currently in 2023, it's like 181,000 refugees in Malaysia, and most of them are located in Slang or in capital of the Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. So you can see from this slide that actually the total refugee from 2019 to 2023 is not gains a lot, and most of our refugee actually is in Myanmar, and among all the Myanmar, Rohingya is the most. So actually, just want to talk about a little bit history about Malaysia government and general hospital in Malaysia. Actually, in Malaysia, all patients, they go to government hospital, they just only pay RM1. You can see the normal doctor. And if you want to see the specialist, you have to pay RM5 only. That is before 2013 for all the people, including the foreigners. But because of the budget is a problem, so start from 2013, then all the foreigners had to pay the first class fee to see the government doctor. For example, you see the normal doctor from RM1, they increased to RM30. And from the specialist, from RM5, they had to increase to 90 to 120. First of all, I need to let you all know that in Malaysia, because Malaysia government didn't sign the convention 1951, so actually all the refugees, they are legal to stay in Malaysia, but they're not legal to work or receive the primary care education in Malaysia. So in 2014, actually at that time, we got the insurance for the refugee. One person, they can cover around 10,000 Malaysian ringgit if they admit to the hospital. But because of the insurance was terminated due to no money maker by the insurance company, that's why they stopped in 2018. And a little bit short history about the Malaysia refugee. After they can't go to the government hospital with the so expensive fees. In Malaysia, we just only before in 2019, we only got 3 clinics is taking care of the refugee in the Peninsula, Malaysia. After 2019, they got a few clinic is supported by some country like Qatar country. So currently in total in Peninsula Malaysia, we got around 10 clinic is taking care of the refugee. But most of the clinic actually is a general practice only. So because of this, we need to give more service for the refugee, and then they no need to go to the hospital or other places. Actually, in Tzu Chi Foundation, the free clinic, we actually is a multiple discipline in the clinic. So in KL, we got one. And this is the discipline, the service that we are giving to the patient: general medicine, mental health, dental, physio, children vaccination, COVID vaccination, ONG, and OFTA and rehab. And we got another clinic in the Klang. Similar the service we are giving, just only some of the specialist clinic they had to come to the KL Kuala Lumpur. And from this slide, you can see most of the refugee come to our clinic is Myanmar. And from the Myanmar, you can see the Rohingya is the most. And of course, other countries like Afghan, Pakistan, Somali actually is increasing on trend. So that's why in Malaysia, if refugee really want to see a doctor, and especially the chronic cases, I think just only the few clinics are covered for this. Other than that, they had to go to the government hospital or had to go to private hospital. The prices is similarly the same, and we need to support them. So most of the people come to our clinic, if emergency need to admit to the hospital, they've got no money because they're using the first class, so they had to give the deposit around 1,500 Malaysian ringgit before they admit. So most of the refugee very difficult to get this kind of money. So our NGO in Malaysia, we will try to help and giving the GL, grantee letter, for the refugee when they admit to the hospital. For all these things is roughly, I tell you about what the refugee in Malaysia. But I want to using a case to sharing to see that what kind of thing that why they cannot go to other places, and then they no money, due to no money, and then they have to come to our NGO clinic to search for the service. I still remember one day, I go to UNHCR for meeting. So now when I go to the ground floor, I saw a girl with an old man with few children. Then that day is a Wednesday morning, we don't have clinic. So I told the elderly that we don't have clinic. But at the meantime, I smell a smelling, very, very ugly smelling. And then the elderly showed me to the girl. This girl actually is 15 years old. Father passed away because of the TB, tuberculosis, and mother abandoned them and ran away. And because he's taking care of the grandfather, but the girl is very miss her mother, so he ran away from the house and looked for the mother. And you see, when the elderly showed me the leg of the girl, I just only can see this kind of thing in a movie, but the real life actually is happened in front of me. So you can't see properly. You see the leg just only left the bone. You can imagine this kind of the leg. The girl is suffering for 1 month. No money to search for anything. The help, and then come to our clinic. Yeah, of course, immediately we sent to the hospital and giving the GL and amputate the leg. And then after amputate, is it just all? No, because they got no pressure, so we had to continue take care of the girl. Then we had to prepare for the processor leg for the girl, so we had to banding for a few months. Then after that, we had to teach the girl how to walk with the walking film. So here is the video. So first, this is the first thing, our physio and our team were teaching him how to walk. And then next, once you know already, we ask the supplier to get the prosthetic leg for the girl. And we ask, after he willing, we still had to use some time to teach the girl how to walk. And this is the video that you can see that how he using the prosthetic leg to walk. And this already go to 8 months already, we're thinking of the girl. And from this picture, we can see from he came to our clinic, then we giving the operation, and then we go to the home to have a home visit, and then we provide the prosthetic leg until he can walk. And this is a family that he can walk, and recently he get married. This is already 2-3 years already we taking care of the girls. So these cases, I just want to show you that the refugee in Malaysia, they come to our clinic, it's just not only the illness that we take care of them, but we have to all the details from the financial, from the education, from everything that we had to provide to the refugee. Is without the NGO, I don't know how the refugee going to survive in Malaysia. So actually, it's a very bad situation. However, we are not same like the Russia and the Ukraine worldwide, but a lot of things that we need to help. This lady is a tailor. He was abused by the husband every time. But after he came to our clinic for the clinical psychology to take care of the mental health problem, he said some word that is really inspired me and my team in Malaysia. What he said that people say that we only live once, but I think this is not true. We live again and again every day. So we get to choose now. We want to live every day when we wake up. I choose to make the most out of my life every day. I want to live with myself and my children now. So like nature, there is a day and night, but there's a hope over here. This really inspired all our team that we're taking care of them. They really feel it deeply. And this is the seed that we giving her, and then he can bring to everywhere that in future. Thank you. My speech.
Thank you, Dr. Fu, for bringing us this real refugee challenges. And from your presentation, we really see how difficult it is to save just one refugee, that the work that your team put in, and also the reward that you get from helping these people. And in the faith-based organization, very often we talk about how to extend that love to cover everyone in the world. And with teams like yours, that we see that coming true. Next, we'll have a panelist from Thailand, Professor Wu Shuzhen. She's with the Free Clinic with Tzu Ji, Thailand. Professor Wu, please tell us what's going on in Thailand.
Sawadee-ka. Hello, everybody. My name is Shuzhen Wu. It's my great honor today to introduce a little bit of Tzu Ji Thailand's free clinical service for refugees and asylum seekers. I will start from background, talk a little bit about Buddha's thought, Dharma Master Zheng Yan's teaching, and the refugees' condition in Thailand, and the timeline of our free clinical service, and they show some photo about the material distribution we conducted for refugees, and the home visit we made. And the last part, I would like to talk a lot of kindness we received from the refugees as well. First of all, I would like to share briefly about Buddha's thought. In Buddhism, we declare all living beings are equal, because Buddha teaches us that there is no fundamental difference between any living, and all living are equal in their rights. So every individual should be valued and treated with justice and fairness. And also compassion is a ongoing project for inner development and the spiritual growth directed to benefit others. In the Taiwan Buddhist Tzu Chi Foundation is a global non-profit organization. It is founded in 1966 by Dharma Master Cheng Yen. 4 major missions for Tzu Chi are charity, medicine, education, and humanistic culture. Our master teaches us that among the 8 sufferings of life, illness is the most painful. With the end of patient-centered medical care, large respect patients as teachers. Tzu Chi's medical care shoulder the responsibility of care for people's life and must ensure proper care of the body, mind, and soul of patients. We should move forward to heal as many underserved communities and the underprivileged individuals, regardless of religion, age, gender, ethnicity, and the ability to pay. So now, Tzu Chi has volunteers in 67 countries and provides relief work in 128 countries. According to the statistics of UN, there are more than 5,000 asylum seekers and refugees from around 40 countries living in Bangkok. Since employment for refugees is illegal in Thailand, they cannot afford health care. Therefore, the refugees may be able to live in safety in Thailand, but they are often lacking medical and other resources. Thailand is the main country host for refugees in Southeast Asia. Because Thailand is a country attracts a lot of tourists every year, it is not too difficult to get a tourist visa as long as you could get a ticket to come to Thailand. And of course, there must be a reason for them to leave their home country. So they are a very vulnerable group in Thailand. And in 2014, Tzu Chi Thailand, with the assistance of Tzu Chi USA, signed an MOU with the US State Department to hold free medical care in Thailand for refugees. So we start to provide monthly free clinical service from 2015. Next. So from 2015 to 2020, the clinical service provided at the last Sunday of every month. Approximately 500 people come to see our doctors every time. We also have 150 to 200 volunteers and the 60 medical professionals here to provide the service. When they arrive, we invite them to come to the outdoor tent first, because they are males, females, old age, young age. We need to have a simple check first and clarify their needs, so which doctors they should meet, etc. And after that, we arrange them to come into our Tzu Chi hall, is where doctors see the patients at that time, because our main building is still under construction. After doctors examine patients and prescribe medication for them, they could receive the medication they need here directly from our pharmacy. Actually, it was Tzu Chi Thailand's first medical relief program for refugees. So honestly, we have not much experience at that time. But our master teaches us, no need to wait until we are perfectly ready. Just do it. Doing from learning, learning from doing as well. I'm not saying that we risk people's life to learn how to provide medical care. No, that is not what I mean. I mean, we try our best to do whatever we could. But for the first few months of operation, we learn many things. For example, the simple example is that the weather, there are 2 seasons in Thailand. There are 2 seasons in Thailand, hot and very hot. And sometimes rain comes suddenly and very strong, very quickly. But many people in the tent outdoor and many electronic facilities there. Anyway, we learned very quickly about this situation. Also, how to protect people's privacy, how to provide the need of care for females. And in addition, refugees visa is a common issue here. Overstaying is illegal and is quite a common problem for refugees in Thailand. Because they are waiting for a country to accept them to start a new life, but how long they have to wait is very hard to tell. So we have to talk to the local government to prevent the arrest when refugees come to seek for medical care. After a few years, we have more experience and we see the need for refugees. So we set up the clinical center. The clinical center offers service every Saturday and Sunday. So before it is about 500 people come at the last Sunday of every month. And now it is about 115 people come every Saturday and every Sunday. But very soon, because of the COVID-19, we changed it to online telemedicine medical service. Because no matter what happens, people with illness condition need to see a doctor, or people with chronic disease need to have their medication constantly, such as insulin, anti-hypertension medication, etc. So our doctors see the patient and talk to them online since April 2022. After the online consultation, doctor will prescribe medication and then our pharmacists prepare medication for our patients. Then we cooperate with taxi drivers to deliver medication for our patients to their home. We all remember this, right? COVID-19 changed our life in many ways, and it was a very tough period for all of us. I'm not sure other countries' situation, but at that time, hospitals in Thailand have very limited resources. For people to have a peace of mind, CG Thailand started to provide ATK tests every Thursday. If refugees come to us for ATK tests, we provide them a small gift set to contain alcohol, masks, and transportation fee, because refugees are very vulnerable. So with this small gift set, we hope all of us, everyone, could go through this difficult time smoothly. Finally, we back to full on-site service again in February 2022. We pay more attention to the needs for different group of people, such as children, and for the different religions, because we are equal to everyone and to all the religions. This is a prayer room for Muslims, for example. And we also make sure we take care of patients' privacy appropriately. Since we have the building ready, we start to provide females health care in 2022 as well. This photo was taken when patients come to visit me for some assessment. And I wish to share some story with you, but because the time is limited, I will pass to the next one. So there's some statistics. The service we serve for refugee and asylums from 2021 to 2023. Refer to this graph, number of refugees and asylum seekers serving keep increasing since the program started in 2021. We have already served more than 24,000 of refugees and asylum seekers with medical care to date. And that's the nationality of refugees, asylum seekers served in 2021 and 2023. They are the vulnerable ones who flood across the Thailand border from 35 countries. They were forced to leave their homeland for different reasons, like internal war, religious conflict, and so on. Okay, this part is about the material distribution we conduct to refugees. Because apart from medical care, we also address the material needs of the refugees. 3 large 2-day distributions were conducted in April, September, and December 2022. Extensive, about 1,500 families each time. So total about 4,500 families received the goods we provided. These are photos we prepare the goods for distribution at that time. And the goods in the parcel for distribution include ginseng herbal tea. This for help to improve the immune system. And also rice, flour, brown sugar, soy sauce, noodles, juice, toothbrush, soaps, etc. They are goods that we need every day. And it's a distribution day. Refugees usually come early and line up to check temperature first. And because Suji is an organization that will treat everyone and all religions equally, so before the distribution, prayer in Muslim, Christian, and Buddhist tradition were conducted to bless everyone. These are photos taken in the distribution day. We can see a lot of people come at that time. Many young refugees jump to help with the distribution. And this is a photo that at the end of distribution, I'm very happy to go home. And in Tzu Chi, we believe that as long as we can enter through the door of charity, those gifts can attain blessing and be joyful, while those who receive can be served and find peace. So our master teaches us to feel for those who are in suffer, to serve them, to give medicine, and to help with love and care. There are reasons for refugees to come to Thailand, and it is obviously a very tough time for them. So if we receive a report from someone about someone need extra attention or need more help, we may make a visit to their home to make sure their condition. And when we visit them, we bring the stuff they need to them. And the idea is to help the poor and educate the rich, to give material aid to the needy and inspire love and humanity in both givers and recipients. If the refugees do not mind, sometimes we have students come with us to make the visit. This photo is the students from Tzu Chi University come with us to make the home visit because we hope we could pass down our master's teaching from generation to generation. The last part I want to address is the mutual assistance from refugees and the cash for work. Although we have a small amount of money for refugees who help translation, because there are so many refugees from different countries, so we need interpreters. So we have this program. But we also receive help from refugees a lot. For example, earlier I mentioned about the weather in Bangkok, hot and very hot. Also the heavy rain come suddenly. So when this happened, the refugee there will just jump to help sweep water away from the electronic equipment directly without hesitate. When we conduct the material distribution, we see earlier that apart from Tzu Chi volunteer, many young refugees come to help. And there are many of them actually don't want cash we offer. They say they just want to help. They are happy to help. That they feel that this place is just like home for them. We actually can feel a lot of kindness come feedback from them, and I see it as mutual assistance. So the meaning of Tzu Chi in Chinese is loving kindness and compassion. and to take action to relieve those in pain and suffering. We believe that all beings are equal. We hope we can bring joy and relieve suffering, create a fresh and pure world. At the end, there is a very short video I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Professor Wu, I'm sorry that we're running out of time for this session, so we'll not be able to show that video. We thank the three panelists for sharing with us the medical care for Southeast Asian vulnerable population. And it really takes everyone and all the tools that you can use to find the solution that is most efficient and effective to help the community that you are working with. And everyone, that's the wrap for this session. We'll take a brief break. And in this break, we will show a video with interface music. The first video is Muslim performance at International Islamic Healthcare Conference. And the second video will be from Sikh musician. They are from Maryland, USA. And thank you all. We'll go into the break now.
Welcome in Jakarta Conference Center in the International Islamic Healthcare Conference and Expo 2020. And now, please welcome Tari Rentas Zapin Serumbu. hadirin yang berbahagia, demi keberkahan acara hari ini, marilah kita dengarkan bersama lantunan ayat-ayat suci Al-Quran yang akan dikomandang oleh Ustaz Burhan Ali Setiawan, SHIMH dari Rumah Sakit Islam Sultan Agung Semarang. Kepada beliau kami
Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the second session, New Technology and Human Rights. I'm Alex, the moderator for today's session. Advancement in technology often have a profound impact on the development of human society. On one hand, automation and improved technology increase productivity and facilitate the production of goods and services. On the other hand, it might remove job opportunities, increase inequalities and injustice, and affect social stability. A recent such potentially disruptive technology is artificial intelligence, AI, which might bring about high level of automation of previously unique human tasks, including writing, decision-making, and opinion. This technology, as well as other recent technologies, such as the development of human robots, also begins to prompt questions about the uniqueness of human consciousness and nature. In this session, panelists will discuss the impact of these new technologies from a various of cultural and religious perspective. We welcome 3 panelists today. Each of them will have about 10 to 12 minutes of presentation to share with everyone their views and thoughts. Let us first welcome our first panelist, Professor Wu from Yuanke University. Professor Wu obtained a PhD in sociology from the University of Bristol in the United States. While in the UK, she received guided meditation that sparked her interest in Buddhism. She now lectures at Yuanke University in Taiwan. Professor Wu, please.
Okay, let me share my screen first of all.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so let me first of all share my screen. Can you see? Oh, sorry. Wait a
Yes, we can
minute.
see your screen.
But it's not the first page. Okay, yeah, okay, sorry. All right, so thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share with you some of my thoughts about the development of artificial intelligence. So recently, artificial intelligence, that is AI, has become a buzzword on the media. So wherever you go, mostly when you browse the internet, you are bound to bump into news stories like ChatGPT produced books and get sold on Amazon, and that ChatGPT beat 90% of lawyers to pass the bar exam, and how GPT caused thousands of job losses. And the news stories like this you can easily find on the internet or on the TV. Okay, so strong and rapid the development is that the godfather of AI, Jeffrey Hinton, even publicly pronounced his fear that artificial intelligence may someday precede human intelligence and take over the world. While I do not share as much concern in this regard as Jeffrey Hinton does, I do wonder about how AI may change culture in general. Okay, I have this concern because I have come across a piece of news in September last year, in which it says that an AI-generated work won the Colorado annual art competition. So this is the artwork. This piece of work won the Colorado annual art competition first prize. Okay, and so it immediately created a hot debate because the winner created this work not by painting, but by talking to an AI generator that is called Mid Journey. Okay, so the piece of news draws my attention, but I have a different question to ask than the question of whether this art should be considered as proper art. No, that is not the question I'm interested in. The kind of question that I'm more interested in is that what does it mean if AI generated work is accepted as proper art? Okay, this question is not my origination, but follows the lead from the cultural philosopher Walter Benjamin. In his famous 1936 essay, The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technological Reproducibility, he argues that instead of being an elevated and vague idea, what culture is actually changes. What culture is changes with the introduction of new technology. Okay, when he said new technology, he meant photography at that time. Okay, so he said that the new technology, that is photography, could create a more realistic image than painting, and at the same time it can make more copies. So because of that, a change in value, a change in value took place. He gives two reasons for this argument. First of all, because photography can make copies, it involved common people, that is the masses. He involved the masses to join the audience of art, which was previously exclusive only to a small group of people, that is aristocracy. So that is the first reason he gave for this to support the argument. It involved the masses. The second reason that he gave for this argument is that because this new technology jeopardized the conventional way of doing art. So he gave filmmaking as an example to illustrate the point. Okay, so previously the actor directly performed in front of the audience. So there was a direct communication between the actors and the audience. But with cameras being brought in, the actor did no longer perform directly in front of the audience, but in front of cameras. So in this way, the direct communication between audience and the actor broke down. And on the other hand, it also alienates the actor from the very role he was performing. So in a way, he was no longer acting but pretending in front of the cameras. But that is why he said in his essay, the stage actor identifies himself with a role. The film actor very often is denied this opportunity. However, this change in the way of performance created a marvelous effect to the audience. It mesmerized the audience. What audience feel at that moment was that directly quote, I can no longer think what I want to think. My thoughts have been replaced by moving images. Okay, so that is the kind of the spiritual world that the audience was made to get used to, in comparison to the conventional way of conventional spiritual world where art should be serious and art should be elevated as enshrined as a kind of God, so to speak. So since the masses were themselves part and parcel of this technologically mediated art form, there was no point of judging it as vulgar or inauthentic, as art by which it was judged entailed a social world very different from that of the masses. So the real question then was not so much about whether mass culture should be counted as art, but the real question should be that how to harness this mass culture for the benefit of the social good. Okay, so the mass culture that Benjamin commented on some 87 years ago has long become the social reality of our world. It is now difficult to imagine that film is not considered to be serious art or culture. So since the institutionalization of culture industry, the mass culture has evolved into a network culture where people of all political leanings, racial backgrounds, sexual orientation, religious beliefs can freely interact through various ways of communications on the social media with various ways of communication, such as memes. So I would like to share with you one of my favorite memes, when God made me. Okay. And the meme, you can create your own meme with a generator like this. Okay, so it was really fun. So you can use these fun ways to communicate with people of your own or other political leanings and with diverse groups on the social media with this kind of the ways. So it is against this backdrop that comes the new technology of our time, that is AI. Okay, so this is how AI works, but I would not spend too much time on it because I don't know very much about the technology, but this is how AI works. You give instruction in your own words, and then through this model, the pre-trained data set, then it creates either books. You can compose a song, write an article, and draw the painting, and the result will be like that. So, and that is the engine of the AI. Okay, so it turns out that AI can actually enable people who are previously excluded from the network to join the communication at low cost. So now as before, the AI-mediated works are bound to be criticized as fake or lack of creativity. Like the AI godfather also see the possible danger of vicious manipulation behind such works and call for AI to be safeguarded by the few organizations. While I'm not going to deny the possibility of such bad things happening, I think of the recent Me Too movement in Taiwan. Those stories of sexual attack against women could hardly be made public if the social media did not offer the opportunity for these women to voice their truth. Yet, even though these stories are made known on social media, they are often dismissed as unworthy, if not fake. One cannot help but wonder if AI is to be held in the hands of the few organizations, would women's voice stand a chance to be heard at all? And what about those who are even less advantaged? So at the end, I would like to remind you using Walter Benjamin's words. Okay, so there is no document of culture which is not at the same time a document of barbarism. So instead of arguing whether rather than arguing whether AI work should be considered as proper art or culture, should we not consider in another way? Should we not consider that how do we use AI culture for the benefit of human good? Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Wu. Indeed, the AI will bring with us opportunity as well as challenges. Next, we have our second speaker, Professor Kent. Yes. Professor Kent is the director of the Institute of Religion and Humanities from Shiji University. His main research interest lies in Buddhist philosophy, contemporary Buddhism in Taiwan, Chinese philosophy, and comparative religion. Professor Kent, please.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here to share with you my Buddhist. I will discuss this topic from Buddhist point of view. In Buddhism, we seldom talking about human rights. Instead of human right, we mention human duty. We emphasize our role playing as a human being in the universe. So when we're talking about the protection of human rights, first of all, we have to emphasize our role playing, our responsibility, and our moral obligations. So I think this topic will emphasize more on human duty so that we can really understand how to protect human rights. Sorry that my screen stopped on the first page. I don't know why. It seems something wrong with my.
Oh, Professor Kent, can you share your screen again?
Okay. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so today my topic is all about all about human beings. And there are two implications. One is that implies that we have privilege to have human rights. And at the same time, we also have moral duty, human obligation to do what we should do. So all about the human, the topic all about human is both about the importance of human right as well as human obligations. So in this presentation, I want to say that to ensure safeguarding of human rights within the context of AI era, it is imperative that the technological advancements align closely with human morality. Placing a strong emphasis on our duty as humans becomes crucial to prevent any breaches of human rights. So as I said, I will discuss this through the lens of Buddhist teachings. Okay. And there are two main points in this presentation. First, I want to say that in Buddhism, we regard that human being is some beings that is very unique in this universe. So the distinctive nature of humans cannot be replaced by humanoid robots. And the second point is that AI invented by humans for the betterment of humankind. The reason that we are unique beings in this universe is because we not only have the ability of reasoning, we also have the feeling of the ability of feelings. Because suffering is a recurring theme in Buddhism. The main consideration is about the elimination of suffering. And since robots are not biochemistry components, and they would have difficulty to experience something. The lack of phenomenal consciousness, and since it lack of the ability to feel something, we can say that its mental operation is not similar to human beings. They can simulate the process of human mind, but the simulation is not equal to real human mind. So since rappers they didn't have the feeling of something, or feeling of happiness, so they have their mental capacity, the mental ability is limited, and they don't have free will. And free will or volition is very important in Buddhism, because the determinant factor of our karmic act, our moral deed, is determined by our free will. Okay, the Buddha says that volition is karma. And that means that our mental states with karmic quality will highly affect our morality. So from Buddhist point of view, there would be no moral or karmic imprint in the AI robots. So AI ethics in Buddhism is possible and only as ethics about robots, and not ethics for robots. So when I said that they don't have the real mental ability, that implies that morality or moral terms are inapplicable to robots. So in Buddhism, mentality and morality are closely related. So moral terms such as responsibility, right, and duty mainly apply to human subjects from Buddhist point of view. They rarely apply to non-human beings. Thus, the human designer and the users are the ones who are subject to the karmic theory, subject to the Buddhist karmic theory. The applicability of karma to humans suggests we are responsible for developing AI with virtue and wisdom. So since the human beings has important role, or the most important role in this universe, then that means we not just implies that we have rights. It also implies we have duty. In Buddhism, especially humanistic Buddhism, which is a kind of Buddhism that really very popular in contemporary Taiwan society, we emphasize that the physical body of human beings are quite cherishable. It's very rare to get physical body as human beings. So emphasize the role playing of human beings. Although it has a kind of implication of all anthropocentric tendency, but it does not imply that we can dominate other beings arbitrarily. Instead, emphasize our obligation to all other forms of being. As humans, we are in the same community and share the same destiny with other forms of being. What is beneficial to others is beneficial to us and vice versa. So that means human beings, the benefit of human beings and other beings, including robots, are interdependent, are closely related. And this is relevant to Buddhist theory of dependent origination. This theory of dependent origination shows that all things arise independent upon a class of causal factors. Thus, the way we as humans deal with non-human beings reflects our inner disposition and mental qualities. When we treat non-human beings with kindness, we are directly or indirectly rewarded for bettering their condition. Although a rubber does not possess an independent moral status, a rubber is still a moral object towards which its creator or user has certain duty of proper manipulation. So since human beings and the rubbers are interdependent, and we have to develop AI from humanity. And at the same time, we have to advance humanity through AI. From Buddhist point of view, AI can be employed as a tool, a powerful tool for bodhisattva practice, because it affords us the opportunity to serve others and ourselves in more efficient ways. Consequently, when founded on the guidance of humanity and morality, the advancement of AI technology could not only support the ceremonial humanity, but help realize a better world for all. Now I made a short concluding remark. One of our greatest challenges in the 21st century is how to strike a balance between scientific progress and the principles of humanity. So long as humans are the only beings capable of searching for meaning and pursuing a life of value, the rapidly changing landscape of science compels us to continuously rethink our role on this planet. The future progress of AI technology thus call for a more profound reflection on human obligation to uphold human dignity and ensure safeguarding of human rights. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lin. Indeed, in the Buddhist point of view on human rights, that duty and responsibility play an important role. So does the feelings and free will. We have our third presenter, Professor Charles. Professor Charles received his PhD from the University of California, Santa Barbara in 2007. He is currently the Associate Dean and Distinguished Professor of the College of Electrical and Computer Engineering at National Yangming Jiao Tong University in Hsinchu, Taiwan, specializing in computer engineering, and has served as consultant for various NGOs and national community. Professor Charles, please.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see my PowerPoint slides? Is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. So let me display the whole. Yeah. Thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. I think the two previous panelists are talking about the intelligence level of the AI and how it gives some examples how human beings interact with the AIs, also the human duties and moral human rights and moral duties and with interact with the AI. The topic I would like to share is about the technology and AI and their relationship with the evolution of the human beings. So as you can see, like actually by 2035, then there's a lot of unprecedented sensory enhancement provided by the technology. So the human being is not just like like before. We can perceive and interact with the world with like never before. I give you some example. For example, like we will have more infrared radiation, so human beings can see heat. And we will have like a textural chromacy sensor. So we can, like birds, we can see the four different original colors. So we can reach the 100 million colors. Human beings can have a more, has a better vision. And we also can have like a magnified taste or smell. So we have a new culinary world. We have a different kind of food. We have a new kind of a cuisine. So we also have like a magnetic field like birds. So we can have effortless navigation. Everybody can go to can have a very good sense of the navigation. So that's the technology change the human beings that enhance our sensory and sensory functions. But what's the impact? What's the total impact of the technology and the AI technology to the humans? There's a lot. So I give top three impacts of the AI. So the number one is expanded multimodal understanding. The second is general capable robots. And the third is digital twins. I will try to explain each impact one by one. So number one, the expanded multimodal understanding. What does it mean? That it means that the AI enabled to process not only text and image, but also audio and video context. Professor Wu gives an example like artificial arts, so they can manipulate, they can create a new kind of arts, but not only arts, they can also create audio or even the video. So what's the good point of that? Because this kind of a technology, this kind of enhancement can bring accurate translation, transcription, and summary of a human communication. So it brings a lot of benefit for people across a different boundary, across different culture, across different language. Let me give you some example. So I think Damadiba Sek is also online, so I use his video to give you an example. So let's see.
好，那我们现在就下面就让这个好啦，我至少就
Can everybody hear the video?
每次的考试讲完课，好了，现在又接下来要考另外一个试。
Okay, that's the 15 minutes originally videotaped by the Damadiba Sek and speaking in Chinese. But I try to use the AI technology to auto-translate it into the French.
Je vous ai dit que la première fois que j'ai expliqué ce que signifie se convertir aux 3 réfugiés du Dharma du Bouddha sacré, la deuxième fois que j'ai expliqué ceci, la deuxième fois que j'ai expliqué ce qu'il faut faire pour aller à l'Institut.
Okay, so you can imagine that not only the words Damadiba Sek said translate into French, also his voice is mimicked by the AI and translated into the French. So with this technology, the people across a different country, a border, a different language, they can communicate very easily. That's what they call multimodal understanding. I think that's the first impact of the AI. So what's the second? Second, of course, Professor Wu also mentioned about that. It's about and also Professor Lin mentioned about that the robot, the general capable robot. What does it mean? It means we have more. We are able to operate in the real world with an impressive level of the general intelligence. And robot can help human beings to carry on more difficult, very dangerous tasks. So we free from labor and we free from dangers anymore. So but also that's a good part of it. But also the bad part of it, that also changed the social structure. That means that many labors or many dangerous works we don't need human beings no longer. Yeah. So let me give some example. For example, I like kitchen, I like cooking, I like eating. So I would like to show you some like a kitchen robot. Oh, first of all, I would like to mention that these resources are available from are gathered from the YouTube, so we can see that. That's a kitchen robot. They can make the food from the scratch. Also clean up afterwards. Okay, see, so after you work, after you get home from work, you don't have to cook anymore. That the robot can cook it for you. Of course, there's another application of the AI that's widely used common days is logistic robot like this. The robot very cute. They can carry box. And then put it on the track. So that's a very common nowadays used in many industry. So see that you with this kind of a robots, we also save a lot of labor. But remember that also give another downside of the AI, that we don't need the human labor anymore. Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. The number 3 impact is about the digital twin. The digital twin is the very fancy word that you may hear more often from now on. That means that we can create a digital representation of the physical assets, like a system, products, like even human beings, like in the digital world, for practical purpose. That practical purpose means that we can measure, we can simulate, we can use the digital twins to do whatever current days we are not able to do. That what's the function of the digital twin? The main function is that we use the digital twin to predict the future. That means that we don't have to perform these kind of actions, and then we know what is the outcome. So that is mainly applied in the industry. Let me give you some example. Especially for the education, that we can see that.
Students find it difficult to visualize large, sophisticated equipment as they progress through their schooling. It may be extended to the simulation of chemical experiments based on these simulations. As chemical labs become increasingly dangerous, numerous safeguards must often be followed, thus early instruction and demonstrations might be performed via digital twin simulation.
Yeah. For example, we cannot go far to another country, but with the digital world, with the AR, VR equipment, we're able to go anywhere, even the Mars. So that's the digital twins. Even first, another example like the chemistry experiments, that's very dangerous to our kids. But if with this kind of digital twins, the kids can operate the chemical in the digital world. So it can observe what is the outcome, what is going on, but without any dangers. So that's the benefit of the digital twins. And also there's a widely application of the digital twins in the industry.
A digital twin of the spacecraft design can aid in the design and planning of the spacecraft. A spacecraft may be built to survive in severe climates using Industry 4.0's digital twin technology, while also saving money on research and development.
All right. So I think that's a very common for people to foresee the digital twin will come into our real life. So after give you some the most top 3 impacts of the AI and the technology bring to the human beings.
Students
I would like to bring another issue of the evolution of the human beings inspired or affected by the technology, especially with 3 stages. For 3 generations. For the first generation, when it happens, human beings get much benefit about the information. Remember that before the Google invented the browser, we are difficult to get information. We have to go to library. We have to go to investigation to get some information. But with the emergence of the browser, the web browser, then the information becomes very cheap. So the human beings change their task. Our task changed to create knowledge because the information is free now. But we're in the second stage because the 2022, the ChatGPT emerged. So what does it mean? It means that the knowledge is cheap now. That means that we can contain all the human beings' knowledge into a large model. So also it changed the task of human beings. We're not longer to create. We still have the part of our job to create energy, but we also focus on energy to create actions. We're go to anywhere. We go to the Mars. We explore the space. We're changing where we can go anywhere, create new things. So we change our task of the human beings. But let me give you more imagination about the next stage. The next stage is about after human beings can go anywhere, they take any actions. The actions is cheap or moving is cheap. Then we human beings have to back to create our inner beauty that we have to create in virtuals. So I would say that in our next like 20 years or 30 years, then we are moving from the second stage, generation 2. We are when the knowledge is cheap, we are trying to create more actions. We're trying to immigrate to the Mars, immigrate to the moon, whatever it takes. But remember that human beings in the next stage, we have to go into our inner beauty. We have to ask ourselves, what's the virtual we are going to create? I think that's the technology and the AI will try to bring us or change our life now, the near future, and the long future. I think that's all my share. Thank you very much for listening.
Well, thank you, Professor Charles. Yes, we thank you for giving us a deeper insight of the new technologies. And we have a bit of time left. Would the audience, physically or online, have a question? Yeah, sure, please. Mike?
Just ask and then Alex.
Yeah, my question is like for such a section, how long it takes to do the translation from Chinese to French?
Oh, yes, Professor Charles, we have a audience physically with us that asked the question where the translation from Chinese to French using AI, how long does it take? Regarding the sharing by Dharma Master.
Okay. For example, for the video clip, the video I show is only 15 minutes. I think it only takes like 1 minute to translate from the Mandarin. Yeah, 15 seconds. Yeah, the current progress is we can use 1 minute to translate from the Mandarin to French. It takes 1 minute to translate it. Yeah.
So it takes 1 minute to translate 15 seconds of Chinese into French.
Yes, about this speed. Yeah. But I think in the near future, we also can do the real-time translation. I think that's doable. That's possible in the near future. Yeah. Our technology guy are moving. I try to work hard in that way to make it happen. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other question? Yes.
I have a question. So for both Professor Lin and Professor Wu, I think mentioned, and actually all three of you mentioned the need for being moral when we use the AI, but there seems to be a natural tendency for humans to act immorally in many cases. And my understanding is that the big risk with AI is that it can, just like it can enhance good actions, it can also enhance negative actions, such as spreading of fake news or trying to affect the general societal climate, for example, in a way that will bring less beneficial actions rather than more beneficial actions. So do you have any thoughts on how to, as a society, what we can do to shift the balance from the negative uses of AI toward the positive uses of AI?
Any takers?
I would try to reply this question. So thank you for asking this question, and that is also one of the main argument I have presented in my presentation, that it requires an open discussion from all walks of people to talk about how to make AI more beneficial to human than doing harm to human beings. And I have while I was preparing for this talk, I heard about I heard about the idea of moral editing of the pre-trained data set. So the idea of moral editing is that when the engineers or the scientists were working on pre-training the data set, they introduce some kind of mechanism so that the bad content would not be used, would not be sent out to the human beings who are using the technology. So that is one way of doing this. But as I said in my presentation, how to do the moral editing requires all the people, not exclusively to the few organizations, but all people, as encompassing as possible. That's my reply. Thank you.
Thank you.
As the other two panelists would like to comment?
Yeah, for that question from technology view, I think we also can have, of course, I agree with the Professor Wu. We can have some like a sensory or a review system to help us to filter out the fake information coming to the AI or coming to the machine learning model. So, but basically, we still have to reach the consensus of all human beings, not only by the technology guy, because we don't have all kind of knowledge or we don't have like a moral discipline or enough information to judge. So I think it becomes a collective participation with the AI development. So all of us need to be participate into the development of AI. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and indeed, the intersection of technology, society, culture, and religion is a complex and thought-provoking topic. Hopefully, today's short discussion can give everyone a better insight into what we can do in the future. Thank you, everyone, for attending this session. We will now take a break. There will be some video presentation, some music, I believe. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
Thank you very
Have a nice
much.
day.
Sincere faith is our great land, love and joy our gentle breeze, Dharma is our wholesome reign, diligence our warming sun. Helping seeds of kindness grow, we uproot our ignorance, walking firmly on the path. We spread love throughout the world. Wisdom and compassion flow, nourishing our Bodhi trees, all united with one heart. Let us form a pure land on earth. Sincere faith is our great land, love and joy our gentle breeze, Dharma is our wholesome reign, diligence our warming sun. Helping seeds of kindness grow, we uproot our ignorance, walking firmly on the path. We spread love throughout the world. Wisdom and compassion flow, nourishing our Bodhi trees, all united with one heart. Let us form a pure land on earth. Helping seeds of kindness grow, we uproot our ignorance, walking firmly on the path. We spread love throughout
3, Southeast Asia Performances and Reflections. I hope you all had a lovely pause, and what a wonderful and soothing song to leeway into our next session. And it's all about how music and spirituality are closely connected, and music and dance are also so crucial expressions of local and ethnic religion and culture. So in this session, we will experience performances by several Southeast Asian groups, and as well as hear the performers' reflections on spirituality and music. So for our first group, I'd like to introduce Vox Nativa Association from Taiwan. The members of the Taiwan Vox Nativa Chorus are students who have been studying at their international school and are from other Aboriginal groups in Taiwan, such as Atayal and Alisanto. In allowing diverse ethnic groups to gather and sing together, it helps individuals learn to collaborate and appreciate each other's unique qualities. The chorus releases a new album every 3 years with songs in different languages, such as Bunan, Chinese, English, Japanese, Taiwanese, and Hakka. Without further delay, let us get to know the teachers and students and fully immerse ourselves in their heartwarming songs.
对我们来说，合唱的学习不是为了比赛。从布农的合唱概念来说，合唱是建立人与人的良好关系，以及与大自然和谐相融。简单的说，就是敬天畏地，人己互融。合唱同时也是培育孩子品格、建立自信的一个过程。我们在2008年成立了台湾原声教育协会以及台湾原声音乐学校，主要是想要帮助部落的孩子在课业上的辅导。根据教育部的统计，原住民的高中生中辍率是一般学生的2倍以上。中辍最主要的原因，一是成绩跟不上，二是经济的因素。基于这样，我们在2018年成立了原声国际学院高中部。我们针对部落的孩子，他们的个别能力来设计不同的课程。在经济上，我们给予最大的减免，让他们没有经济压力，能够专心的学习。台湾原声教育协会最终的目标是要成立12年一贯的原住民实验学校，要帮助孩子传承他们自己的文化，提升他们的学科能力，加强他们的品格，让他们有能力适应这个社会，培育他们成为部落的典范。这是我们努力的方向跟目标。我们一直相信，改变部落孩子的未来，就有机会改变部落的未来。教育是一条漫长的路，你们的支持是我们努力向前最大的力量。乌尼南，米红米上。
Hi, my name is Zhang Istanda. It's my pleasure here to introduce the Fox Nativa Taiwan to you. First, let me introduce our leader, Principal Bugut, who was born in Bunan tribe, has been dedicated education in Nantou for decades. He observed the learning difficulties faced by children in tribe and realize that what Indigenous children need are building up their self-confidence and cultivating their character. By doing so, children can find the strength to progress steadily along the challenging path of learning. In 2008, Fox 95 Taiwan established the Fox 95 Music School in Xinyi Township, Nantou County. This school operates independently from the formal education system and primarily enrolls children from underprivileged indigenous families. They offer free meals, volunteer teachers, accommodation, opportunity for singing, and studying abroad to broaden horizons, and most importantly, provide support and companionship for our children as they grow up. After 10 years, in 2018, the senior part of Fox 95 International Academy was established in Danshui, New Taipei City. I'm a student from the class of 2024, currently studying in grade 12. After another 5 years, this year, with the help of Principal Bugut, Fox 95, and other dedicated individuals, we have successfully advocated for the transformation of Fox 95 Music School into an elementary and junior division of the Fox 95 International Academy. Through the establishment of the Fox 95 International Academy, we aim to continue shaping the future of our tribe and making a positive impact on the lives of indigenous children. Next, the Fox 95 Children Choir will perform a song called Bagadaida. This is a Bunun traditional ballet that conveys the message of not mocking or jeering at disabled or less fortunate individuals. It teaches everyone the importance of showing love and helping others. According to the song, the blessing of heaven will only be bestowed upon those children who embrace kindness and compassion towards others. Now, let's all enjoy the song.
such lovely song that just brings such a joyful heart, makes me want to move with the music. Our next group comes from Phayao, Thailand. The Thai dance group by primary Raja Prajna Nugro 24 school consists of teachers and students from grades 1 through 6. The students are from different ethnic backgrounds, including Hmong, Mien, and more. They gather together to practice Thai classical dances. The group aims to preserve and develop Thai culture to demonstrate beauty, unity, and peace in the world. Let's take a moment to listen.
We are representative of what Thai Washington DC dance group. We are glad to have a good opportunity to participate in Southeast Asia Online Convent, the Parliaments of World's Religion. The dance performance serves as heartfelt, which promote peace and freedom. The Phon Khan Dok dance is a traditional Lana ceremonial performance to welcome state guests and bless the country, state, city with peace and harmony. The dance features Lana style, bowls of wooden pedestal tray filled with flowers to pay respect to the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha in various religions' marriage-making ceremonies. The Seung Pong Lang dance is very popular northeastern Thai performance, especially in Kalasin province. The dance choreography was inspired by fast-paced, exciting, and cheerful melodies, one of characteristics of northeastern Thai culture, in order to bring happiness and harmony to the community.
Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha in the first one, and such a joyful, lighthearted one in the second one that we saw. So the loving and the harmony be showcased by both performances that we just saw is so touching and moving. Everyone in sync and singing together, everyone in sync and dancing together. And now, next, we'd like to introduce a solo artist. Taiwanese-American Serena Huan is an award-winning concert violinist. She has received numerous awards, including first prize at the International Violin Competition of Indianapolis, first prize at the Elmar Oliveira International Violin Competition, first place at the International Tchaikovsky Competition for Young Musicians, and many others. Serena has also performed with orchestras including the New York Philharmonic, Baltimore Symphony Orchestra, the Cleveland Orchestra, Singapore Symphony Orchestra, and the Shanghai Symphony Orchestra. At age 9, she made her orchestra solo debut with the National Taiwan Symphony Orchestra. So let's get to know Serena a little bit more and the work that she does.
It is so meaningful for me to take part in the Southeast Asia virtue of Parliament of World Religions. Today, I'd like to share with you a very well-known folk song called Spring Breeze, or in Chinese we call it Wang Chun Feng. As a kid, this is a song that I listened to a lot. Then I associate that with my family and my relatives, and I loved it very much as a kid. This is a song about young love and hope. Music has always been my most genuine way of expression. In a world that is filled with divide, injustice, and racism, it is more important than ever to use art as a way to share our stories. I believe that the only way that art can really inspire unity is if we fully embrace the difference in each of our unique experiences and cultures. So today, in sharing a little slice of my childhood and culture, perhaps it will inspire others to do the same in hopes to bring us closer to each other, one story at a time.
Such a lovely piece that connects to her childhood. Thank you, Serena, for sharing this piece with us. And lastly, we want to share a music video of our Suji family in Indonesia has put together. So let us enjoy One Family.
Gembira bila dengar tawamu, hatiku bersedih bila engkau menangis. Kuharapkan dukungan darimu, cinta dan kasihmu menguatkan hatiku. Syukur, saling percaya. Kita satu keluarga, saling butuh di dunia ini. Kita satu keluarga, saling syukur.
正确，方向正确，都会导引了我们在人生道上不会脱轨掉。公主、基督都有博爱，回教呢有仁爱，那我们佛法实际有大爱。
Cinta dan kasihmu menguatkan hatiku.
Indeed, we are one family. I remember my first time listening to this song is through sign language, and the feeling to sing and sign together with our Tzu Chi family, that all of our hearts are all connected. As one piece of me is inside you, as one piece of you is inside me. Your sorrows are my sorrows. Your joy is my joy. That no matter where we are or who you are, we have one family and one home. And so it's with such gratitude that we get to connect in our many, many families in many, many ways, right? Virtually, here in person. So it is with such honor that we actually have our teachers from Vox Nativa online today with us, I believe. Teacher Hong Shu and teacher Cherry Wang. Hi. And also with us is Venerable Rongrit from the Thai dance group. So we're gonna spend the next few minutes together to share in reflection. Yay, hi everyone. Awesome. So yeah, let's so our first question goes to Ashley is I don't see their names online. Do you see who is who? Or are they unmuted? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. Yay. Okay. Hi, Sister Cherry.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah, so our first question, can you share your thoughts on music's connection to spirituality?
Yeah, I think music can let the world be the one. So I hope I think music can make everyone feel relaxed and feel connection.
Yeah, indeed. It can make everyone feel relaxed and connected, right? It really calms our hearts and our minds, and we can really be in that awareness and in that moment.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Our next question is for teacher Hong. Hi. Can you share a little bit about the spiritual benefits of music for your students? Are you muted or?
I try to use my poor English to share. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I think they have to be positive in the life and had a good mood to enjoy in the music and sing out in their mind or opinion by the lyrics. Yeah,
I totally understand what you're saying. I'm a teacher myself, and I always use music as a way to really calm their mind, calm their heart, and they just go with the flow. Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is for Venerable Rongrit. This question, can you share a little bit about how music and dance can help with spiritual health? I think you're muted. Let me unmute.
Good evening, everybody. I'm from Washington, D.C. now, so to be the 10:46 p.m. But I'm happy to join all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
I know it's so late.
Can you repeat your question again?
Yeah, the question is, how does music and dance contribute and help our spiritual health?
Oh, that's a good question. So I will let the Thai dance from Thailand answer the question. So okay, because usually the I am a monk here, so I don't know too much about the dance, but the dance from Thailand, they are the perform the dance, maybe answer this question, maybe good more than me.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We can pass the question on to Thai dance.
Okay. Okay.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello, everyone. First, I like to say I'm very honored to be here to participate in Southeast Asia Online Convent, the Parliament of World Religions. At present, the dance performance serves heartfelt with for peace and freedom. The elementary school dance group. We are the student from Rajaprashanukra, the 24th school, Phayao province. It's a group dance about performing art of elementary school. Children at Rajaprashanukra, the 24th school, Phayao province, consisting of teacher who practice students from grade 1 to 6. Most of which are ethnic students, including Hmong, Miandan, yes, who gathered together to practice the dance performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
That she answer your question or not? I mean, did you get the answer, or you need me add more the answer?
It would be lovely if you can add on to that answer. She did a wonderful job sharing.
Okay.
But
So
we'd love to hear.
your question is how the dance the help for the. Okay. Can you repeat the question again?
How does music or dance and music contribute to spiritual health?
Oh yeah, usually when the Thai, especially Thai music and the Thai dance, so is the link with the spiritual. Like when we pay to dance or pay the music, we have some like imagine for the spiritual. That's why when we play the music, that help to make the especially when you have something, when you play the music, make you calm down, make you relax.
Yeah. I think we all agree in this space, right? That music has this magic to make us all calm down and just be in this moment, right? The vibrations of it.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, this question goes out to any of you. Has there ever been a moment where a certain music or a certain dance had really, really deeply touched you in your heart? And then how did that transform the way you work with the students that you teach? So anyone who's willing to share. Any of the teachers? Did you hear the question? Do you need me to repeat the question? Maybe I have to hold this mic. Oh. Hello. I can repeat the question. How about first let's share maybe a specific music or dance had touched you individually and had changed you or transformed the way you connect spiritually.
For me, I didn't hear the music. That's why I don't. The monk don't allow. The Thai monk don't allow to play the music. But yeah, I just want to listening another teacher.
Thank you. Any of the teachers?
Yeah, I think that the music for make a harmonious for the people in our country when we have a war, when we have a problem in our life, and we will practice and we will listening up for the music and have harmonious in my heart in our hearts too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, music brings a harmony inside our hearts, even through the rough times, right? When things are happening around us that we can't really predict, we can anchor ourselves in that music. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. How about Sister Hong? Have you ever seen a transformation in your students and how they connected spiritually through music? I know your school does a lot of work on character education.
I think through the music and through the life and through the religion experience of them, it makes them improve them spiritual a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, indeed. How about Sister Sherry?
Yeah, I think when I see students listening or practicing music, they have to practice a lot, and I think through the progress, they can learn a lot with their peers, and they can develop their mental growth. Yes.
And build those relationships, right? I think I saw in building relationships with another and that harmony within themselves and also nature, right? I believe you had shared. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to open up to any questions that maybe our audience might have, or anyone here would like to ask any questions to our teachers online. How about for our student in Thai dance, can you share a little bit about how music, how does that make you feel when you're doing the dance and the song?
I feel very happy and feel very peaceful for doing this when we practice together, when teacher teaching, and it's very good and I'm very happy and so funny.
Yeah, I love it.
And it can practice our meditation too.
Yeah, our meditation too, you're right. I mean, I think a lot of religions have music as a part of their meditation, right? And I think it does somehow connect us in that deeper level. Yeah. How about Venerable Ranji, can you share a little bit about how music can connect us spiritually? You have to unmute again.
Yes, according to my understand that the music they can the first thing they can make the people happy. Sometimes when you have suffering, when you're listening to music, that mean make you happy. And when you're happy, that means you have. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. When you're happy, that means you have a good spirit. So that's mean that the music can make you relax and have the good attitude, and then good spiritual. Especially some school in Buddhism, when they meditate, they also use the music, like make the lyric, the first time for the people. Sometimes they do meditation. Sometimes they also use the music, and then let you concentrate in the music, and then let your spiritual come up, and then you can good for the practice too.
Yeah, like meditation. Thank you so much for sharing that. We have a question from our audience, and I guess we can go around and share. What song gives you the most peace? What song gives you the most peace? We can start with Sister Sherry.
May I make sure? Can I make sure what song it means? My favorite song, and when I listen to the song, I can feel peaceful. Is that? I think I like some pop music. Yes, and I think because I can have connection with my students. My students like pop music. When I listen to the pop music, I can have connection with them. I can have a lot of discussion with them. I can have I can feel peaceful. Yes.
Yeah, when you have similar music, you can connect and talk with them, right?
Yes.
And that's a way for us to build relationships with one another. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. How about Teacher Hong? Which music brings you most peace?
I like more smooth music, or maybe it have not too noisy. Yeah, so when I in my traffic, or when I feel stressful, and I will listen to music that will makes me feel peaceful. Yeah.
Smooth music. So we have pop music and smooth music. Thank you so much for sharing that. From Thai dance group, our student, what music brings you the most peace?
In Thai music, then we have about three the north of Thailand, we have a Lana music, right? And Isan music, right? And the middle traditional music in the Thai people. And the most Thai people have two kinds. The first type is the smooth and slowly, to make have a mood around about 2 pound, and to faster music, and to have a funny, and to make a to fighting when we have a problem in sunrise. I think that, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. How about for you, for your student? What song or music brings you most peace?
My favorite is slow song, not too fast, because I love song which make peaceful and meditation. It have to be a slow song.
Oh, it has to be a slow song. Love it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think music does have that power, right? The power, if it's upbeat, then it brings us that upbeat feeling. And then if it's slow, it calms our heart, our minds down. And then if there's this certain beat or rhythm, then we can kind of go into that meditative awareness, right? Yeah, thank you so
Yes.
much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to add anything, any feelings, any thoughts, any reflections with the work you do you want to share with the audience? Any questions from the audience?
Now I watch the Thai dance. I can see that the girls are so pretty and the dancers are so pretty, and I can see how much effort they put into the performance and their practice. And I thought that probably once they practice it again and again, years by years, they become a habit. And put a lot of effort is like their habit, and they don't feel suffer. They feel happy about that. So that's the way I think through our spiritual.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So I really want to share this and
Oh, they can't hear. Do I tell them? Oh, yeah. So one of our audience members wanted to share this with our Thai dance group that when she watched the video, she really enjoyed it. It was so beautiful. And she sees the students are so pretty doing the musical movement, and how that, I'm sure, she said that she's sure that when you're dancing and it becomes, you get to know the music and the movements and it becomes a habit. And I think in that connection, it becomes a part of your spirituality, right? And I think, the summary of it really is that we're able to connect our mind, our body, and our spirit together, right? Like everything we do all aligns, our actions, our words, and our movements. And that really brings that beauty and that pureness from inside. So thank you so much for sharing that. We're so grateful for that sharing. So yes, I agree. When I watched the Thai dance, I was thinking, between the two songs, you brought me, one such peace and harmony, the other such joyful upbeatness. So we're so grateful for you to share that with us. So thank you, everyone, for what you're doing, especially our teachers. You are so important, our superheroes, for teaching our students and helping them bring that peace and wellness into their everyday life, and what you spread into the community. So grateful for all your insights, and what a wonderful session that we got to experience together through music and dance. And now let's once again go into a little bit of a music break time. We'll show some music and you guys can take a little stretch break, and let the music carry you to our next session.
Thailand does not recognize the status of refugees. Despite not being diagnosed with COVID-19, many refugees face stigmatization and discrimination when they fall ill. The past year of the pandemic has exacerbated the challenges faced by the refugees. In April 2021, Thailand experienced another wave of COVID-19, leading to the temporary closure of the Free Clinic Center. To ensure that chronic patients continue to receive their vital medications, the Tzu Chi Foundation in Thailand adapted its services by offering online telemedicine consultations and delivering medications directly to their homes. During their humanitarian efforts, Tzu Chi volunteers discovered overcrowded living conditions where 2 or 3 families, totaling 10 to 12 individuals, shared a small 20-square-meter room. False accusations by neighbors forced these refugees out of their community, leaving them with no choice but to seek refuge with relatives or friends, resulting in homelessness.
You guys have COVID and I don't want you guys to stay in our building. And we begged him too much, like, please, we don't have place to go, we don't have place to go.
To alleviate discrimination and enhance their livelihood opportunities, the Tzu Chi Foundation in Thailand provides rapid COVID-19 screening services and issues certificates to refugees, enabling them to seek employment without being shunned by their neighbors.
ช่วยจีเนี่ยเขามาให้โอกาสตรวจโควิดก็ดีมากที่สุดเลย
As Thailand's government gradually eases restrictions, the dedicated medical staff and compassionate volunteer teams at the Free Clinic Center are diligently preparing to resume on-site consultations. Their services include comprehensive care for chronic patients, conducting blood tests, updating medical records, and allowing doctors to reassess and adjust medication dosages accordingly.
With all my heart that my destiny is serving mankind.
The clinic offers a range of services, such as in-person consultations, referrals, and financial support for medical expenses. They have established online appointment systems and dedicated helplines, and they even dispatch translators to hospitals to assist in effective communication between referred patients and doctors. The Tzu Chi Free Clinic Language Access Service ensures effective communication and breaks down language barriers for refugees from different countries. Through the Bodhisattva of New Era initiative, dedicated translators assist refugees, fearlessly embracing their responsibilities.
In my heart, I really want to help Tzu Chi because they are helping other volunteers and other patients to help someone and don't even ask for anything. So we have to be humble with the patient.
Initially, the Tzu Chi Free Clinic in Thailand organized a monthly large-scale free clinic. Over time, the clinic has increased its frequency to twice a week since its establishment. Their aim is to continually strengthen their services and become an unwavering pillar of support, safeguarding lives, health, and love.
จมูกที่นี่หายแล้วดิดีใจไหมไม่เจ็บแล้วใช่ไหม
Blue sky always.
Family. Do you like us? Yes. Okay.
Love knows no boundaries. Tzu Chi volunteers spread love impartially, transcending religions and races. They care for all sentient beings, practicing gratitude, respect, and love, guided by Dharma Master Zheng Yan's teachings. Living bodhisattvas arise because of suffering beings.
I'm Nishin and I'm from Somalia.
We are Christian from Pakistan. God bless you and Sushi.
We are happy.
Over the sea.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So this was a video that was originally, we were hoping to show during the first session of today's program. That was about medicine for vulnerable communities. And fortunately, we had a little bit of extra time during the break right now, so we were able to show it. Welcome back, everyone, to the Southeast Asia Parliament of the World's Religions. This is session 4, Southeast Asia Interfaith Reflections on the Environment and One Health. So as we know, the industrial and technological developments of the past century have brought about unprecedented improvements in living standards, productivity, food security, and many other areas of life compared to the way there was earlier. At the same time, this improvement had also brought about terrible consequences for our planet. The triple crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss is threatening the very foundation upon which our lives depend. The ancient wisdom of religions and also indigenous populations can contribute valuable approaches toward resolving this crisis. It enables a sense of health and balance, not only to people's lives, but also to the planet. So in this session, we're looking forward to hearing our panelists share solutions and practices from their respective faith traditions, weaving a tapestry of Southeast Asian approaches toward the problems plaguing our world. So let us first invite Professor Upendra Rao from Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi in India. Professor Upendra Rao is a senior professor at the School of Sanskrit and Indic Studies. He has received 3 gold medals from Osmania University and Banaras Hindu University for outstanding academic performance. He has specialized in Sanskrit and Pali, and his research interests include Sanskrit Buddhist literature, early Buddhist literature in Pali, and Sanskrit literature and poetics. He was the ICCR chair professor in Cambodia and taught Sanskrit, Pali, and Buddhist studies at Priyak Sanuk Raja Buddhist University and the Royal University of Phnom Penh. He has also been a visiting professor in Latvia at the National University in Kiev and also the Eurasian National University in Kazakhstan. He's taught the Sanskrit language and Buddhist philosophy in all of these places. And he also taught Sanskrit to Buddhist monks and nuns in Vietnam. He has delivered lectures in Lithuania in 2018, and his 3 Sanskrit poems have been translated into Russian, Bulgarian, and Kazakh languages. So we're now looking forward to hearing Professor Rao share with us his thoughts on the environment and One Health.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Johan. I'm really happy to participate in this online meeting of Parliament of World's Religions, Southeast Asia Symposium, the present session, SCA Interfaith Reflections on the Environment and One Health. Thank you very much for inviting me. As you have explained, the topic is very, very interesting. Without wasting much time, let me start my presentation because this topic needs can I share my okay. So are you sharing my slides?
We can assist you in sharing this. Sharing the presentation.
I can share myself, I think. Oh, you can start. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I think your connection is not that strong. So this way we're saving some bandwidth on your side. Thank you.
Yeah. Please start sharing. Thank you very much. My topic is environmental ethics in Pali literature. So, as you know, that Pali literature is the one of the fundamental literatures of Buddhist studies. The entire early Buddhism, primitive Buddhism, whatever you say, early Buddhist literature, is in Pali. So, thereby, Pali, you should think that this is Buddhist literature. So, in this Pali literature, that means Buddhist literature, we can find the enormous connection between Buddha and environment. And as you can see in this slide, Buddha has accepted the importance of forest and peaceful life of solitude as the most favorable condition for the highest attainment of life. So, for the highest attainment of life, the nirvana, these conditions are very, very important. These are the most favorable conditions. Which are the most favorable conditions? The conditions are solitude and living in the forest, importance of the forest. All these are very important for attainment the meditation and thereby nirvana. So therefore, he chose the, if you see Lord Buddha's life, he chose the Uruvela forest and Niranjana river as the most suitable places for the meditation. Important events in the life of Buddha happened in the lap of nature, spanning from his birth to Mahaparinirvana. So when you think about the environmental ethics in ancient Indian literature, you can say, because the Pali literature is one of the most important part of Indian literature, you should understand, you should go back to very, very ancient life. And in this very ancient Pali literature, you can find everything happened in the lap of nature. And Buddha's life also, very interestingly, from life to Mahaparinirvana, from birth to Mahaparinirvana, Everything happened in the lap of the nature, not inside the buildings, not inside the towns. That is very, very important. But the problem is when you talk about the environmental awareness or environmental ethics in ancient Buddhist literature, can we really go back to that situation now, today? This is a serious question, because we have developed the buildings, we have developed the missions, we have developed many, many cities and towns. Are we only speaking in the conferences, or can we really do something in our life? This is a serious question. We have to think about this. In next slide, you can see the industrial and technological development of the past century has brought about unprecedented improvements in life standards, but at the same time, this development has also brought the triple environmental crisis of the climate change, pollution, and the loss of biodiversity. So we need development. We need development. That is why we have achieved so much scientific and industrial development. But at the same time, this has brought the environmental crisis. So this is the serious problem. Now, this is where actually we have to see Buddhist literature, something we have to get from the ancient Buddhist literature. So in this situation, we had to adopt the ancient wisdom. So now the point is, as I told just now, talking about the ancient wisdom, is it enough, or we have to really follow the ancient wisdom? That is the main question now. And in further slide, next slide, you can see that, can you show the next slide? Yeah. The Mahaparinirvana Buddha happened under the Shala trees. Birth has taken place, his birth has happened in Lumini, that is also forest. Mahaparinirvana also happened under the Shala trees. The 24 Buddhas in the Buddhist tradition, we have 24 Buddhas in Buddhist tradition. You can find in some books like the Buddha Vamsa in Pali literature. Also attend all these 24 Buddhas. If you see the life of 24 Buddhas, they all attained the enlightenment under one or other tree. Like, you see, not only Gautama Buddha, the past Buddhas also, 24 Buddhas also, when you see the description,
Yeah. I'm sorry, Professor Rao. It seems that you muted yourself by mistake.
yeah, I think there was some problem. That's why automatically it became unmuted. So these 24 Buddhas have attained not only Gautama Buddha, 24 Buddhas also have attained the enlightenment under one or other tree. Like I told these names, Ashwatha tree, Shala tree, Vata tree, Pundarika tree, Shirisha tree, Udumbara tree, Naga tree, and Kadamba tree. Now, these are all the names of the trees mentioned in Pali literature. In Buddhist Pali literature, these are the names of various trees. But ironically, nowadays we have forgotten the names of the trees. In ancient times, our ancestors used to know the names of trees. Now for us, now we are very, very clever to know the names of various cars or various missions, but we think that names of trees are not important. So this is where actually you have to think what kind of change in our lives has come. So it is known from the Jataka stories that out of 550 times that the Bodhisattva was born in different forms. You see, Bodhisattva was born 550 times, but out of these 550 times, 43 times he was born in the form of tree deities. Bodhisattva was born in the form of various animals and birds, but also Bodhisattva was born 43 times. He was born in the form of a tree deity, Vriksha Devata, we see. In Tripitaka texts, they say there are 6,400 species of fish in Jambudvipa. So this is the Jambudvipa. Jambudvipa consisted the whole India and Southeast Asia and some parts of even Central Asia. That was the geography of the Jambudvipa. And this Jambudvipa term comes again and again in ancient Buddhist literature, also in Jaina literature, also in Sanskrit literature. So in this Jambudvipa, it is mentioned that 6,400 species of fish are there. 4,500 species of birds were there. 2,400 species of beasts were there. There are 10,000 species of trees also is mentioned there. 8,000 species of grass, 740 types of medicinal herbs, and 43 types of aromatic plants. Aromatic plants means the plants which give fragrance. 43 types of aromatic plants are mentioned. So all these things are mentioned in Dvadasha Viharana Sutra. So this you can find very a wonderful description, a kind of sometimes surprising also. They have counted species, 10,000 species of trees were there in Jambudvipa. Now you can think that what kind of a disconnectivity we got this. If you study ancient literature like this, you understand that we got totally disconnected with the trees and forests. Even now, when I'm speaking about this topic, you may be thinking that this is something strange and something useless things we are speaking, because we are completely disconnected with the trees and completely disconnected with the forest and gardens nowadays. We are only connected with the buildings, the roads, aeroplanes. So this is a serious problem. That is why I feel that the Buddhist retreats, sometimes at least we should follow. We should go to the forest and we should have the Buddhist retreats. We should do the meditations. We should get the oneness with the trees and forests. So thereby we can understand the importance of environmental, this richness in our countries. Every country there is environmental richness. In Angulimala Theragatha, name of the sutra is that is one of the gathas in Theragatha. In Angulimala Theragatha, we find that Angulimala, I think you all know the story of Angulimala. He says, with perplexed state of mind, he says that I remain under the trees of forest and caves of mountains. In the same text, in another sutra named Aniruddha Theragatha, the Aniruddha says that it may be a village or forest down or up, but the place where arhants wander is a beautiful place. The original Pali verse is like this. Gameva yadivaranye ninneva yadiva thale yatharahanto viharanti tam bhuvim ramaneyakam. Tam bhumim ramaneyakam. So that's what actually. Gameva yediva aranye, ninneva yediva thale, yat arahanto virahanti, tambhumi ramaneya. So here actually not important the forest, but actually wherever the arahants wander, that land is a wonderful land. You know, where arahants are wandering. Tell me where arahants wander? They wander only in the forests. That is where actually I wanted to tell you. Wherever arahants are wandering, that land is a beautiful one. But where arahants are wandering, not in the towns, not in the villages, they wander in the forests. That is why the forest environment is a beautiful one. While giving initiation to the monks, he had specified, Buddha, while giving, he specified that four nishrayas. So life sustenance, out of which four nishrayas means four life sustenances. Out of these four nishrayas, two nishrayas in Buddhism, Sayanasana and Bhaishajya nishrayas, were completely related to the nature. So these four nishrayas are very important when a monk takes Parvrajya, monkhood. So out of these four, two are very much related to the environmental, the Sayanasana and Bhaishajya, both. So after the initiation into the Pravrajya, living under the trees is essential. According to the primitive Buddhism, after taking initiation, living under the trees is very, very important. And also, this is essential for the monks. And also, medicine of cow urine must be used throughout the life, not other medicines. They have to use only environmental friendly medicine, like cow urine, like that. The next slide.
Thank you so much, Professor Rao. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we will need to move on to our next speaker. What you're sharing is truly beautiful. It's such a strength of the Pali literature that you're talking about. This almost extreme commitment to nature, to trees in particular, and to all the life forms of the land, and how this is what truly brings happiness and joy and enlightenment to sentient beings and to humans in particular. This is a very beautiful sharing, and I really wish that we would have the time to listen to even more about the core of the Buddhist literature and the Pali literature. Thank you so much. Let us move on. So next we have Professor Xu, Professor Xue Yu. Professor Xue Yu is currently a research fellow at the Department of Cultural and Religious Studies at the Center and director of the Center for the Study of Chan Buddhism and Human Civilization. And he's the director of the Center for the Study of Religious Ethics and Chinese Culture at CUHK, Chinese University of Hong Kong. He specializes in Buddhist studies and Buddhist-Christian dialogue in modern China. He is also the chief editor of the International Journal for the Study of Chan Buddhism and Human Civilization. Professor Yu, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. Yeah, just a moment. Okay. Okay, you can see my PowerPoint, right?
Yes, we can see yours.
Okay.
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And yeah, thank you, Venerable Dhammadeep, for having invited me to attend this event. And I have done this kind of research a long time ago. I think it is very important, not necessarily for religion, but for us as human beings. So we are Buddhists and Catholics or other religious followers, but first we are human beings. We should join hands together to solve this environment crisis. And second, I think for all religions, I think especially Buddhism may contribute a lot for this environment productions and improvement. But I think also in Buddhism, in the Buddhist literature, we need to have some kind of reinterpretation through hermeneutics because the time changed. Today, we face a different problem at the time of Buddha. So we need to find new way, somehow the philosophical ideas in the literature, just as Professor Rao just discussed, and to join other religious followers to deal with this kind of problem. So this is my reinterpretation, or somehow some kind of implication or application of Buddhism into some kind of general practice of environment protection. So my topic for today is Buddhist solution for environment crisis. And I think just based and focused on the environment implications of the Four Noble Truths. I think, as you may know, Buddhist or non-Buddhist, the Four Noble Truths is fundamental ideas of Buddhism. As you know, Theravada Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, Tantric Buddhism is the basis of Buddhist philosophy. So, based on these Four Noble Truths, we can reinterpret Buddhist idea or environment ethics or environment practice in the contemporary society. So I just follow the traditional interpretation and then provide environment ethics and the interpretations of the Four Noble Truths. I think everyone knows the Four Noble Truths: suffering, cause of suffering, end of suffering, and the way leading to the end of suffering. So suffering, dukkha, means difficult to bear or empty of happiness. So it's somehow, as a human beings, all living beings, trying to find a way to get rid of dukkha or suffering and find happiness. So this environment crisis is one of, or in the contemporary world, one of the most dearest, I think, suffering our human being, or even not necessarily our human beings, even other animals face today, even our earth. Yeah. So suffering is reality. In Buddhism, suffering is called truth because it is reality, no matter whether you are Buddhist or non-Buddhist. So through this kind of reinterpretation, we could find the triple environment crisis of climate change, pollution, loss of biodiversity. And this kind of crisis also threatens the living and the surviving of all living beings. So not necessarily human beings, not necessarily Buddhists or any other religious followers, but all human beings. So this is very important. So this is the common, I think, inspirations for us to deal with this kind of difficulties. Okay, so suffering is reality. What is the cause of suffering? In terms of environment crisis. So the cause of suffering, I think, the human beings, not Buddha, not others. Our human beings is responsible for suffering of environment crisis. In other words, we created the world in which we are living now and in which we are suffering. So then exactly what kind of as a human beings, we suffer. We created suffering. So what exactly inside us created this kind of situation? I think some of you may be aware of in the last century, in the 1963, Liang White published a book, article called "Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis." I think according to Professor White, and he attributed three reasons or possible cause for this contemporary environment crisis. First, anthropocentrism. Our human beings are center of the world, so we could do anything we want, and even by destroying the universe or the environment. Second, modern technology. I think this will be happen every day. Third, the cultural tradition of the West, because the technology is developed in the West, so joined with the cultural tradition. So these two hands in hands created this kind of situation. And in this kind of, this article, Professor White made some kind of very simplified suggestion, maybe Buddhism could find a way or could help to solve this kind of a problem. So, so what is cause? So if we want to solve the problem, so we first have to find the cause. So according to Buddhism, the selfish action based on ignorance and craving of human beings are very cause, a fundamental cause of this suffering, of this environment crisis. So the suffering is reality. This reality can be changed. It's not permanent, according to Buddhism. So end of suffering will be the arising of happiness. So if there is no suffering, I think we can enjoy the kind of happiness. So that is nirvana, the end of dukkha. So in terms of environment, I think the realization of ideal environment. In other words, we could live in the much better world today. So this world, we should understand that not only for humankind, but also for others, animate or inanimate, even nature itself. And also the end of suffering, we could build the pure land on earth. This pure land may be different from the Western paradise or heaven, but this is pure land actually created or established by our human efforts. The Buddha, only the guide. So we need to do ourselves. In other words, we need to do our job to prevent environmental crisis, for the restoring the environment balance and promote sustainable and beneficial development for all species. So here, I think I emphasize the importance of so-called equality between human beings and other living beings or even non-living beings in nature. So the first noble virtues is the way to the end of suffering. This is the most important. In other words, environment crisis is caused by our human beings, not by others, not by God, not by the Buddha, but by our human beings. So it is our responsibility to deal with it, and through our own effort. Only through our own effort, we could solve these problems as human beings. So the way to the end of suffering, I think some of you may know in Buddhist practice called threefold: moral discipline, meditation, and wisdom. So morality. So first, as morality or ethics, the change of human mind and the change of our behavior. We should not think nature is our servant to provide what we need or what we want, but we are friends. I think we can co-living with the nature. And with these categories, I think the Buddhist moral law of cause and effect is very important. Self-responsibilities, especially applied in this kind of environmental crisis. We have done bad to the universe, its nature. We are somehow revenged to some kind of by the nature. So if we want to change this environment, we must stop violating the nature and live in peace with the nature. So the idea of non-violence could also apply to the protection of the environment. We should be compassionate to environment, to other animals, or even to the trees and plants. Yeah. Yes, this is very important, the moral superiority and responsibility rather than supremacy of human beings. Yes, we are morally advanced than other animals, but this kind of high morality, I think, bears some kind of responsibilities, not the supremacy of humankind. In other words, we are responsible not only for our human beings, but also for other living beings. So we are superior ethically, and we are ethically more responsible. So then I think in Buddhism, you find a lot of texts deal with this kind of environment issues, how Buddhism or the Buddha are living peace with the nature. I think one of the most important sutta called Aganya Sutta, echo revelation of Aganya Sutta. I think that the revelation, the deterioration of human living environment is closely connected with our ethics or morality. When human morality decline, the living environment decline, and the universe will be on the edge of the collapse. Okay,
Thank
so
you
second
so much,
one.
Professor
Yes.
Yu. In the interest of time, I'm sorry that we don't have further time.
Okay, yeah.
Because we have two more panelists. So sorry about that. I think this approach to the environmental crisis, taking the starting point in the four noble truths of Buddhism, is it's both a novel and a very useful and meaningful approach. And we would have loved to hear more about this, most important, the fourth noble truth, the way to the end of suffering. I think using these three parts, or the so-called flawless studies of Buddhism, including morality, meditation, and wisdom, is a very great way of a great starting point for our solution of the environmental crisis. Thank you so much. Next, we would like to invite Professor Anselm Lam. Professor Lam received his licentiate in philosophy in Rome and his doctorate in political science from Boston College in the United States. And he has taught philosophy courses in the general education curriculum and the Asian Studies program at the Hang Seng University of Hong Kong. His research covers political philosophy and Catholic social ethics, in particular integral ecology. So we are very much looking forward to hearing Professor Anselm Lam's input in terms of how religion and how our basic spiritual values can provide solutions for our environmental issues. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, for inviting me to attend this symposium. And I'm very happy to share my thoughts and some from the Catholic perspective. And now I share the because we have only 10 minutes for our sharing and presentation, so I don't want to repeat what Professor Xue and Raoul's point as well, and especially about the ecological crisis today. And I think it's an undeniable fact. And for example, what we experience now, the extreme hot weather, but how to respond to this ecological crisis, and what are the causes of this ecological crisis? And I think we have to identify the causes. Otherwise, we can only do some. I think is a separate or individual behavior, like taking public transport and eating less meat, so on and so forth. And so I would like to share what Pope Francis announced an encyclical Laudato Si in 2015. The thought, I think in this encyclical, Pope Francis gave us many insights on how to respond or cope with the ecological crisis. As Professor Xue Yu pointed out, the human roots of the ecological crisis is not about the matter of the environment, it's not the fault of the ecology, but human. So in Laudato Si, especially in the chapter 3, Pope Francis identified the two main factors of this ecological crisis. As Professor Lin White mentioned in his article in 1973, namely anthropocentrism and the technocratic paradigm. These two factors go hand in hand, especially I think the most significant factor is the anthropocentrism. It puts human beings at the center of the planet, and everything, what we so the purpose or the meaning or the value of the nature is for the development of human beings. So of course we have to trace back to the modern thought and the modern anthropocentrism. And so the problem is that we human beings regard the nature or all the natural resources as something useful for our own development. So Pope Francis criticized these different types of anthropocentrism. I think most serious point is technological mind see nature as an insensate order, as a body of fact, only a given, an object of utility, as raw material to be hammered into useful shape. So the intrinsic dignity of the world is thus compromised. But throughout the past 40 years, we try our best, human beings, we try our best to cope with the ecological crisis. We think about the happiness or the justice of our future generation. So let's look at the definition of sustainable development defined in the Bretton Commission report. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations for their own needs. So we let us focus on this definition. The Commission invites us or exhorts us, try to use the material, use the nature, the natural resources prudently, or considering the future generation. But they don't change the basic ideology. It's still anthropocentrism. It's not only mentioned, I'm thinking, adopted, anthropocentrism adopted in this Commission report, but also throughout the last 40, 50 years in the Catholic Church, from Pope Paul VI to Pope Benedict XVI. I don't go through the details or the main points of this encyclical throughout the last 50 years. But the point is that ecological, even Pope John Paul II said, talk about ecological conversion, try to change our mind, our perspective, but still they put the human person at the center of concerns for our human for the development. So it's still anthropocentrism. But we have to use the materials and utilize the natural resources prudently, or respecting the grammar, the natural law. So the Pope Francis in the encyclical Laudato Si invite us to make a paradigm shift from anthropocentrism to integral ecology. Is that many things have to change, of course, but it's we human beings above all who need to change. We have to develop a new conviction, attitude, and forms of love, forms of life. So we have to develop a new ecological culture, a new story of creation. We have to make a paradigm shift, because it is when we talk about ecological conversion, it's not about to change our individual behavior. Before changing our behavior, we have to change the understanding of ourselves, the understanding of the whole creation. So Pope Francis adopted this a new story of creation proposed by Father Teilhard de Chardin and Professor Thomas Berry. And he said, yeah, of course, human beings are relational beings. But now we extend it to the whole creation. The whole creation is relational. So when God created the world, sometimes why we the Catholic Church in the past, I mean, the many centuries, regard a human being as the crown of the creation. Of course, we enjoy a very great dignity, because human beings are created in the image of God. And also, after the creation of human beings, God blessed them and said to them, "Be fertile and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it." So it seems that, human beings are put on the top of the creation, and everything under the human beings are only objects. But now, according to the new story of creation, with this evolutionary perspective, according to Teilhard de Chardin, the whole universe or the whole creation, are not separated. We human beings, I would say, with a self-consciousness or the spiritual, comes out from the matter. So the matter and spirit are not separated, but united. We cannot regard the universe evolve into different stage separately, but as a whole. So the universe is not a collection of objects, but a communion of subjects, everything endowed with an intrinsic value. So in Laudato Si, this concept or the vision of integral ecology wills the environment as relationships. And Pope Francis said, when we speak of the environment, what we really mean is a relationship existing between nature and the society which lives in it. So every being in the universe is interconnected and interdependent. So it's a new vision, and integral ecology is a new paradigm. So everything in the creation, the whole universe has the same exact origin and also the same end, because the whole creation evolves and works together for God's reverence and glory. So in the Laudato Si, the ultimate destiny of the universe is in the fullness of God, which has already been attained by the risen Christ. All creatures are moving forward with us and through us towards a common point of arrival, which is God. In that transcendent fullness where the risen Christ embraces and illumines all things. So human beings endowed with intelligence and love and drawn by the fullness of Christ, we of course, we enjoy a special, unique dignity, a call to lead. That's why we have a special responsibilities to we are called to lead all creatures back to our Creator. So before making any decision or action to respond to the ecological crisis, Pope Francis invites us to change our heart first, to see all things new in God. Human beings and the whole creation are good in the eyes of God. So we make any steps for the earth out of love. So in the encyclical, Pope Francis mentioned St. Francis of Assisi as a model of the ecological conversion. He addressed, and St. Francis of Assisi addresses the sun and moon, the nature. They call them as a brother sun and sister moon. So we human beings have a fraternal relationship with all other beings in the cosmos. So I think we have to, I just shared then the central theme of the encyclical proposed by the Pope Francis to invite us to change our heart, to convert our heart, to build up this fraternal relationship with all other beings, to love the whole creation. And so we can move or improve or the situation step by step. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lam. This is a beautiful image taking the entire view of cosmos from a pyramid with the humans at the top and then animals and all matter at the bottom, to instead be like a circle where the humans are just one part of all of this and it's all a fraternity in God. I love it. Thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. Jacinta Tangil. So Dr. Jacinta is an experienced educator and lecturer from Kota Kinabalu in Sabah of Malaysia. So she was a secondary school teacher, but then pursued higher studies and delved into the realm of cultural studies. So she now imparts her knowledge and insights as a lecturer and continues to inspire and guide the next generation of learners, fostering a love for education and a deep appreciation for cultural diversity. And Dr. Jacinta Tangil is also a native member of the native community. So we would love to hear a little bit about your thoughts from a native viewpoint or perspective on the crisis, the environmental crisis, and how that connects with anthropology and environmental efforts. Thank you. Please go ahead, Dr. Jacinta.
Thank you. Sorry, I try to share the slide first.
If you have trouble with it's coming. So I think our 2D technical team can share slides for you.
Okay.
If you have trouble sharing slides, yeah.
Okay.
You have 10 minutes, Dr. Jacinta.
All right, thank you. Okay, good day, everyone. I am Dr. Jacinta. I am from Sabah, Malaysia. It is my privilege to be here with you today to share a topic related to the local wisdom of Kadazan Dusun community. I would like to introduce you to the Bonbon system, a manifestation of local wisdom that holds the potential to enrich our understanding of cultural heritage and sustainable practices of the Kadazan Dusun community. Before I start my sharing, I would like to introduce the beautiful province of Sabah to you. Sabah is a part of Malaysia, located in the northern part of the island of Borneo in the Southeast Asia. Okay, and the Kadazan Dusun community is one of the largest indigenous ethnic groups in Sabah. The Kadazan Dusun community is known for their rich cultural heritage, including traditional practices, music, dances, and festivals. They are mainly involved in agriculture, with rice being a staple crop. They are also engaged in hunting and river fishing activities. Through the life experiences of the Kadazan Dusun community, who live simply, respect and honor nature, treat each other with respect, and are aware of the need to maintain the environment for their survival, local wisdom is a part of the way the community survives in accordance with their surroundings, needs, and beliefs. The customary practices of the Kadazan Dusun society believe that they must maintain a balanced environment and only use natural resources as needed only. This is to ensure that their descendants can also benefit from these natural resources. Therefore, violations of regulation related to natural resources are heavily emphasized within the customs. Based on this concept, respecting and preserving the entire natural world is a central pillar in managing natural resources. Natural resources are seen as God's gift that need to be shared and safeguarded together. Okay. The concept of respecting and preserving nature underlies the traditional belief of the Kadazan Dusun community that everything in the world has a spirit or guardian. Therefore, the concept of use and conserve is aimed at ensuring the sustainable use of natural resources. In the Kadazan Dusun communities, customary law or traditional law are not only important in managing their natural resources, but also in how they go about their life processes. Customary law are often considered a traditional legal system, but for us, the Kadazan Dusun people, customary law encompasses more than that. Customary law is a set of beliefs and values that influence all aspects of life. It is also an unwritten set of rules and principles of life, including relationships between humans and between humans and the spirit world. In natural resource management, customary law also involves numerous ceremonies aimed at conservation. The goal is to establish a positive relationship with the unseen spiritual world. Okay, bonbon. I'm talking about the bonbon system. Okay, what is bonbon? Bonbon is a traditional river conservation system of the Kadazan Dusun community. Bonbon means do not or prohibited or forbidden according to custom. Bonbon was initially implemented on a small scale or individually before becoming a practice adopted by the entire village community. Through this traditional method, a part of the river areas is subjected to bonbon for the purpose of conservation. The areas under bonbon have deep pools that serve as a fish sanctuaries, aiming to conserve fish stock and promote fish breeding within a specific time period. The bonbon culture is rooted in the traditional beliefs of the Kadazan Dusun community, which is respects the surrounding environment. Through the bonbon system, not only are fish in the designated areas protected from any form of capture, but the areas themselves are also safeguarded from any unauthorized intrusion. Taking rocks and sands from these areas is also an offense that will be punished. The community, the Kadazan Dusun community, didn't bonbon the whole river, but they closed the river by paths and they zone it. Okay, they have yellow, green, and red zone. For yellow zone, activities like fishing and swimming are allowed throughout the year. However, the use of equipment that can harm the environment is prohibited. For green zone, all activities are not permitted within a certain period. Fish can only be harvested one time a year, and sometimes only once in 2 or 3 years, depending on the collective agreement of the village residents and the prevailing conditions. The date and time for the fish harvest are agreed upon by the villagers. The fish catch will be divided among all the villagers. And for the red zone, this area is exclusive only just for conservation purposes. Fishing sports, catch and release are allowed and open for tourism purpose, but the fish in this zone cannot be harvested. Throughout the practice of bonbon, the use of natural resources, especially the river pools areas, is limited to conservation purposes, ensuring the continuous and sustainable availability of fish. These areas remain undisturbed for a designated period to allow fish breeding and increase fish population. The choice of the harvest day usually considers the weather condition and public holidays. Prolonged hot and dry weather during the dry season is chosen by the villagers as the ideal time for fish harvesting, or we call it here as Maganu Bombon in the Kadazan Dusun language. Extended hot weather causes the river water to become shallower, facilitating fishing activities. Villagers take advantage of the hot weather during the dry season to enjoy the river and engage in communal fishing activities. If the Maganu Bombon or the harvesting Bombon coincides with a holiday, the festivity is enhanced as more villagers can participate on that day. Everyone coming for that harvesting. During Maganu Bombon, only traditional tools are used for fishing. These tools include a net made of rattan, a fishing net, and fishing lines. The fish caught are evenly distributed among all village residents. The Bombon activity allows all villagers to enjoy the fruits of the fish harvested. This way, the entire village community benefits from the harvested fish. After all the distribution and cleanup processes are completed, the fishing ban or Bombon system is reinstated again. Bombon is implemented to educate the community to put.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacinta, for letting us know more about the Bonbon system. I think generally in the last, say, 10 years or so, the understanding and appreciation of the knowledge and science, we could even call it, of native populations and indigenous populations has become greater and greater. So, and the understanding of the importance of native populations and their customs for conservation. And I think what you just shared with us about the Bonbon system gives us a much better insight in why and a more detailed example of this concept of conservation that comes from the indigenous and native populations. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. I think this is together, these sharings have become a very complete image of how religious thoughts, spiritual thoughts, and customs can bring together methods or ways to overcome our environmental crisis on the earth. Now I would like to invite our Master Dharmadipa Sak to give some closing remarks and a closing prayer for the entire ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, allow me to remind all participants. Let me see. As a trustee of PWR, Deborah and I are honored to represent trustee of the PWR to extend our grateful gratitude for your participation and contribution. We would like to express our sincere thanks to all the speakers, performers, and those who have offered prayers for their invaluable contribution and insights shared with this virtual forum regional SEA virtual. You may have observed that the presenter from Southeast Asia and also home to a multitude of experts, these individuals enrich us not only with their significant and stimulating knowledge and arts, but also with a vital message that span both religious and secular wisdom.
The rich religious tradition of Southeast Asia and also region, along with the extensive understanding in both religious and scientific fields demonstrated here, are something I hope will remain with you. Allow me to remind our participants, whether speakers or performers, that your contribution remain accessible online. They can be viewed repeatedly without any concerns regarding time differences, as in the case now here. Actually, it's more than 11 p.m., but actually I feel a little sleepy, I would say, because it's in East Coast 12, it's midnight now. Well, I also wish to extend my appreciation to my colleague, Deborah and Johan Awar, and to recognize the generous support greatly provided by the Tzu Chi Foundation. In closing, I wish for each of you with a life filled with longevity, energy, and happiness, and may beauty grace every aspect of your existence. Thank you for all your participants, and thank you. 谢谢。Yeah.
Thank you so much. Well, that was the wrap-up. Okay. So that marks the end of the Southeast Asia Parliament of the World's Religions. Thank you to all of you who have been listening. And as Master Dhammadippa mentioned, you would be able to listen again on the YouTube channel. I believe we will leave that one open, at least for a period of time, at least for 1 month. Thank you also so much to those of you who were here. Some of you have been here for the entire time, which I have to say personally is very impressive. And we're very grateful for your participation and for your support. And also thank you, of course, to everyone who has been with us online, and not least to all our speakers and performers. So thank you so much, and have a good night, have a good day, and have a good life. Thank you, everyone. Bye for now.
In nurture wisdom evermore that has filled the world with hope. In my heart, I feel deep gratefulness. May all the Buddhas know my prayer. All united with one heart, that just end our hate.